Audio? Where's the audio? Where the fuck is the audio? What the hell do you mean you have a meme specifically groaned for me? What are you saying? How do I choose between you and Nadeshot? I know the crossover we have is crazy. I'm glad that got I'm glad that got blocked out, but not for the sake of you talking about Batman. I'm glad it got blocked out for you tried to fucking post it anyways. Dude, I don't care about you being able to kiss Jason Todd on the lips. Like, why are you telling me this? Why are you saying, "Hi Alex, I have physical Batman comics. I can kiss Jason Todd on the..." Like, why are you telling me this? Like, oh, dude, thank you for letting me know. Tactical, did you get a name change? Is that what happened? Don't you care about your chatters? You guys talk so much shit to me.
And you play
Stop being crazy.
You're like a super.
Oh, yeah, that's got to be
Hi,
Tactical.
Alex.
Thank you for those randomly gifted subs over the weekend, right? That was crazy too. I was like so confused. Thank you, Tactical. Should I still call you Tact? I don't want to call you
Alex
Tact.
Gubel.
Runcorn, thank you guys. Appreciate those resubs. Tactical, thank you for those insane gifted subs. Don't dead name them, please. Heavens, I gotta get rid of you immediately. Heavens, are you ever just see the stream go live and you ignore it? Do you always have to jump in immediately and shit post? Bro, give me a fucking minute, man. Number one hate watch. My gosh. What is happening, bro? I just started the stream. I dreamed today that you played Evil Within, brother. Where have you fucking been? Hold on a second. I gotta pull you up. When was the last time you talked in here? Oh, let's see this shit. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, bro. Any Evil Within tonight? Jesus Christ, bro. Okay, fine. I'll be a good boy for the rest of the night. Relax. Is it hop in VC or hop on VC? It's usually hop in VC. Honey Pie, thank you. And again, Tact, thank you so much for the gifted subs, and also the gifted subs over the weekend too was pretty crazy as well. Thank you so much for that. You did not have to do that. I always say that though. It's getting kind of like, it's getting not monotonous, but I feel like I'm desensitizing being appreciative.
Nice to meet you.
So thank you. Mac Attack.
Didn't go live for my birthday on Saturday. Disappointed.
I want you to enjoy your special day. Odd Kane with the resub and the gifted sub. Thank you so
Alex
much, guys.
H. Hayes streamer.
Man, we're already popping off here. I just got live and we are popping off. You guys are a little too generous. A little too generous. That yes to Evil Within? It's not. It's definitely not. Oh. It's definitely not a yes to Evil Within. Trust me, okay? Trust me. Monka audited. I mean, it's a basic. It's not even an audit. It's just a basics pat down. You know what I'm saying? It's not a deep audit. It's just like a basic oh, when were you last here 2 weeks ago? That's not an audit. It's just like, yo.
That's Mama Luigi to you, Mario.
It's like
Alex
it's
H.
like
Alex
it's been a
Bobs
while.
too.
It's been a while. I added because it'll be useful later. If I see the fucking Alex Boo Boo like being spammed in here, I'm gonna crash out, dude. What did you add? Oh, Monka audited? Gotcha. Wait, what actually did get added? Oh, yeah, this one. Got it. Yeah, I mean, probably use that for later. And again, Odd Kane, thank you for those 10 gifted subs. I appreciate you. Tact. Just, as always, very generous as well. Honey Pie, nice to see you. Mac Attack, happy birthday. Sorry you missed it. Scott Bausch, the 3 months. Appreciate that. 57 months total. Welcome back. Runcorn, thank you for the Prime. Mo the Pro, also using their Prime sub. 24 months. We'll go back 2 years. Pretty big. Tipman, good to see you again. And Pepper Does Not Serve. I wasn't even live when they resubbed, but Pepper, I don't know. Maybe you watch this video back. Thanks for the Prime sub. Chekhov also subbing with that Prime like 3 days ago. Thank you guys. And again, Tack just slamming gifted subs when I wasn't even live. Pretty crazy stuff. I am appreciative of it. Thank you guys.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. PGH Chill. What
Curse
the
of
fuck
RA,
is this?
70 months all X, are you proud?
Dude, you're lucky this didn't go through, man. 70 months for that. That's crazy. I mean, I see it on my event list, what you did. I hate that, actually, but good stuff, I guess. Peak? Why you guys just, like, why is it, you guys just decide what I do here for some reason? Like, I gave you the wheel one time, and now you guys just decide what I do on the stream. What is going on? Like, am I going crazy, or, like, what? We're guessing. I'm not gonna play Peak, okay? All right. This another meme game. Maybe I'll play Peak in like 3 weeks when everyone stops playing it or something. Who knows? We're gonna play Nico Para or the Uma Musumi horse racing game. I actually don't know what we're gonna do. I don't know. I wanted to watch some stuff, get caught up with you guys, see what's going on in the world. Case unboxing, guys. Listen. If you guys think I have that YouTube money still, you guys are crazy. Case unboxing every stream is crazy. Shit is expensive, guys. Okay, I cannot be just dropping cases every week, every day. Big Six with a 48 months. Appreciate you. When did you ever have YouTube money, brother? You were following me since 2017. You would know. Case openings are back on Twitch. I think you started a movement. Woohoo! Let's go case openings, bro. Case openings started a movement. Oh, what is this? Is this a first time chat? Nice, dude. What do you got? All right, first time message ever in here. Following since the start of this year. First time you ever said something. I hope it's good. Let me read this. Let me actually pause the music and read this. Here we go. You might still have it if you didn't delete all the vids. Okay. Well, you got me. No YouTube money because videos got deleted. Factual and true. Wait, how are you? Wait, guys, you need to pick a side. You can't come in here and say you had no YouTube money and then say you also would have had money if you didn't delete the videos. You guys are so fucking wish-washy with your takes. Like, literally the first one person backs up your cause and you go all in on them. One person is all it takes for you to switch your positions entirely, as long as they look like they're even slightly backing you up in any way. I see this time and time again in this chat room. He kind of cooked you. He kind of cooked me. All right, I'm auditing you. You're absolutely getting fucking audited. Dude. Like what is this? What the fuck is this? Like, bro. Bro, OG, bro. Been here for quite a while. You're an RP enjoyer, 2021. Probably RP, right? Yeah, that's RP enjoyment for sure. This is your strongest soldier. Respect him. I'm not even fucking done with you yet. I'm not done with you yet. When I pull your shit up, I'm pulling both your shit up. Wait, what is this? Iron skin region, you can't lose goblins. If you have pick gel, pink candle. Oh, this Terraria. You were Terraria enjoying. I don't think I ever finished a single book in school. Okay, this is the person cooking me over here. Your first ever message was sweaty face, and then you got banned for saying play no pixel. Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. First message was sweaty face, bro. Like, what is this? How is your 4 years ago? You're talking about 4 years ago. You talked about my fucking face having sweat. What is this? What the fuck? What about you? Tell me this. You're asking me to respect that, dude. You're probably in here during the dark days. I don't even want to scroll up that far. Whenever I scroll up to the dark days, dude, it's never good.
Love you.
You had a whole RP enjoyment arc. What was that? Dude, you were asking me about deleting videos 3 years ago. Oh my god, bro. See, I'm the consistent guy. Then you get mad. You're like, what the fuck is this video? I upload on my channel, and you get mad. Alex looks like he eats potatoes raw. Like, what is this? Never sub, never donated, ad block. Oh my god. You have been subbed. You subbed before, bro. I don't even know, like, do you, like, there's not even like, I can't even call this hate watching. Like, this isn't even hate watching. You're just watching. You're just watching and hating. like, I don't know what else. I don't know what else to call this. Like, you talk shit, but you also support, and you've been here for fucking 8 years. Is this what like? Okay. I don't know, dude. I don't know. I wish I could just say you were hate watching, but seems like flirting. It's not an ideal relation between a streamer and a chatter. To be fair, I mean, yeah, you and I are family, basically. I guess that's true. I mean, I'd rather have someone that just comes in and has fun. That's true. That is. I'm not sure about the ideal relationship. To be fair, ideal relationship might be pushing it, but anyways. So why did so I mean, I wasn't actually gonna talk about the drama part was more like clickbait, I guess.
Nice to meet
I don't actually have a real drama, guys. Not yet. Not Bunny. Thank you for the prime. And
Is
Captain,
it ideal, Mal?
thank you for the resub as well. Thank you, man. Thank you for the prime sub. Yeah, I'm just bullshitting with you. You guys don't actually
Hope you've
have
been
to.
enjoying your time off.
Tact. My goodness, man. You do not. Thank you, Tact. I have been. Took a little bit of a break, a little bit of a breather. Had some stuff come up with the
Last
family.
message was a meme, but hope you're doing okay, and I hope you keep growing as you have been. Love.
Appreciate it. One of my family members is kind of sick, you know, kind of dealing with some stuff, but not that it's been like too affecting like my streams or anything, but just kind of had some stuff come up. You know how it is, life stuff, guys. As you all know, all that kind of jazz. But anyways, wanted to stream, wanted to get a little bit of a stream out there. I haven't streamed for a couple days. We did the and again, Tac, thank you for the $50. You did not like, please stop spending money on this guy that screams at his monitor. And then also helping fund the broken monitor that got so much screaming at it that he had to go get a new monitor. But the point is, I sit here and I just yell all day. You guys don't have to, you know, I'm not looking for you guys to like give me money, please give me money. You know, like the money goblin or something. I just I do it for fun. Hopefully it's entertaining for you guys. Hopefully you're chilling, all that good stuff. So I appreciate you. I don't know what this horse is. Okay, yeah. So Tac, thank you for the support. Just major support of the weekend, gifted subs. My dad won't let me pay him for fixing my basement, so I give it to you. Oh my goodness. You should give him the money anyway. You know, like find a way to maybe like slip him a couple bucks here and there in his wallet or something. I don't know. Or figure out a way to give it to him where he can't refuse it, right? Where like you buy the supplies
Hello,
and
chat.
you tear up the receipt
I'll
in front of him.
H.
You know what I mean? Like if you do that, then it's like you can't even return the stuff. I'm buying him his dream car in Secret. Oh, that's really sweet. That's awesome to hear, Tact. What a nice guy Tact is, man. Sea Queen with the resub with the prime. Thank you. Musta with the prime. Empty Knocked with the prime. Thank you guys for the prime subs too. Appreciate y'all. So yeah, anyway, the title just clarification. I saw people were asking. I was just memeing a bit. Nothing serious. Because some people were like, "What's the drama about?" And also, you guys were talking about Goon Frame because like Warframe is a Gooner game now. Gooner, by the way, means like someone that's horny or whatever. My Goon Frame. I'm not sure if I'm playing Goon Frame today. I know there's a big update, so we'll see. We'll see what we do. I thought about playing some games. But which drama? There is no drama. Okay, that's my point. There's no drama. Drama is just clickbait. Okay, unless maybe drama will come during the stream. Maybe I yell at somebody and it turns into drama. Must have with a gifted sub. Thank you so much. And B1 with the prime. Thank you guys for the prime subs, man. Did like primes roll over there or something? A lot of prime subs today. He threatened me last time I did that. Oh, you took him out to dinner? Oh, that's think about it anyway, man. What's a little threat from family? What's a tiny little threat, you know? Anywho, so what do we got? I mean, I talked about this last time. For some reason, this like pirate software thing kind of blew up a little bit. I don't know why. I guess like Critical did a video on it, so now it's bigger than it was before. It's the thing about Stop Killing Games that came up. A bunch of people have done like videos on it. I'm not sure. Is there more to it? I guess. Josh Strife Hayes did like a video on this too. My goodness, man. Not Bunny with the 1,000 bits.
Hello. I haven't seen your content since I was 10 years old.
Oh goodness.
Glad you are still making content. Really appreciated you growing up. Helped me a lot.
I appreciate you for the support with the 1,000 biddies. Thank you, Not Bunny.
Oh shit, 46, we going.
We are going. He's ruined the message. Yeah, so I did like a video on it. Not a video. I shouldn't call it a video. I did like a segment because I was so confused by the pirate software stuff. I'm actually glad it's got a little bit of traction because, to be fair, I actually as well thought it was kind of scummy, for you know a big content creator to just come out and like denounce an entire movement by another content creator, but like doing it under bad faith, as in not understanding, like fully what the movement was about in the first place. So I thought that was a little weird. I'm glad it's getting a little bit of attention, obviously. I didn't do any like big segments on it other than like I went through the clips because there was like a Reddit thread and there was people that pulled out clips from I forgot the guy was it Scott? I forget the guy's name. The one that's the one that's actually doing the movement, the Freeman's Mind guy. Like sort of talking and unpacking about like some of the takes that people have had as a result of it. But I guess it's gone more into depth because like it's just seen more coverage or something. And loudmouth Flawed, who speaks of things he has no knowledge about. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure how much stuff like Pirate actually has knowledge of or about to begin with, but I just thought I'd watch this like Josh Strife Hayes video because I wanted to see it myself to see what is all going on. Also, just sucks at actually just reaching out to people. He just ends up being rude, blocking people, and just not admitting any wrong he's doing. You know, the more the more stuff I watch about him, I mean, I thought the Animal Well stuff was really funny. Like, because the Animal Well stuff is just like, I still use the, wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. I still use that quote regularly because I just, of how absurd it, like, was to me that, like, you would fake a playthrough of a video game to your live stream. I just don't really understand, like, what is there to benefit? Like, unless you're, like, you're a speedrunner, because speedrunners sometimes fake their speedruns. But, like, faking your just playthrough of a game casually for, like, these weird internet points, like, well, people be like, oh, he's so sick at the game. It's just really weird. So I just thought that was really strange. I thought it was funny, because that's, I mean, I usually find stuff like that funny, like, game culture stuff when people cheat in games is really funny to me. Or, I mean, when they do it, like, you know, like the hackers and stuff, like the Clara stuff was funny, the Monster Hunter blind stuff was funny, Animal Well, that's all funny to me, because it's just like, why? Like, there's just, of all things, is like internet video game clout is just kind of funny, I guess, you know? I do stuff for my own personal achievements, you know, like if I beat a game on difficult, it's not to be like, look, guys, I'm way better than everybody. It's just, I find it challenging, and when I beat it, I'm like, all right, hell. And usually I get baited into it, like, yo, Alex, play this game on super hard, and then I do it, have a miserable time, and people point and laugh at me, right? But I can't imagine being like, yeah, so I'm basically the greatest there ever was, and I faked it. It just seems ridiculous. So I think from that point, I kind of went down the Pirate Software rabbit hole. Play Metro on the hardest, no bullets difficulty. That's the first Metro game at the end when I got soft locked. Because in Ranger Hardcore, you're limited bullets, and the enemies are bullet sponges, so I ran out of fucking bullets, and I had to, like, glitch my way to get to the stupid ladder at the end, because I had to kill these dogs, these fucking zombie dogs, and I had 0 fucking bullets. I couldn't do it. It was literally broken, and I was soft-locked until I had to sprint through these fucking dogs that, like, would kill me in one shot, alright? That was Ranger Hardcore, and you guys were like, yeah, it's really funny. No, it was miserable. I didn't enjoy it, okay? Some games are just non-tuned for hard difficulty because they resource bottleneck you. And I feel like that's the lamest version of making a game hard is by being like, well, you know, here's 10 bullets, but the enemy takes 100 to kill. Huh? Yeah, that's what makes it hard is because you can't kill it. Like, what the fuck kind of logic is that? Anyway, I thought that was, whatever. I'm kind of getting off topic here, but I honestly, you know, I think the pirate thing, to me, I feel like the dude, I'm not gonna lie, because this is whatever, I just feel like he's not all there mentally. Not sure how to put it. I'm not trying to be mean or rude. The more I see stuff of like the double down, triple down, quadruple down, it's either like he doesn't understand what his issue is, like genuinely, which makes me feel like he is just someone that isn't all there. You know what I mean? Like, not saying like he's an idiot, but just like sometimes people just don't understand social cues very well. Does that make sense? Like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. Like, you can't have the entire internet telling you you're wrong, and then you sit there and be like, well, actually, here's why I'm not. But the only issue I have with that is that I've seen videos where he like ignores like almost objective criticism and spins issues that are like not milquetoast but like mild in advance. Like someone will be like, "Well, you set the house on fire. It's your fault," and he'll say, "Well, yeah, but last week somebody blamed me for like not putting ice in their drink or something, and it's like, okay, well, they shouldn't blame you for not putting ice in their drink, but you set the house. You know what I'm saying? You're not tackling the big criticism. We're kind of talking about, like, I guess without using analogies, he made a video where he addressed the criticism, and it was like he talked about people trying to like dox him or trying to like bring up stuff from his past, and it's like, yeah, those people are kind of dumb, sure, but like the main crux of criticism was that, hey, you did something, you said some wrong stuff, you made some people feel bad, whatever it is, you didn't address it, and then he just kind of like glances over it, like doesn't talk about it. Makes me feel like he knows that it's wrong, but he doesn't want to talk about it because they'll paint him in a bad light, which maybe is more of an ego thing. When you erected the animal will speak, like to fake something that's so meticulously and for so long is psycho. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not gonna sit here and be like, he's a psychopath, he's a sociopath, whatever. I'm not, obviously like a licensed professional when it comes to unpacking someone's mental diagnosis. I'm just very surface level. It's just like I don't understand how it's been months since this drama, whatever, like kind of popped up, and it's still being talked about to this day, and it just comes down to the fact that he's just not addressing it. Or when he does, he makes it out like he's the good guy, is kind of what it seems like. And every time he does, the internet comes after him and punishes him. So, like, this Stop Killing Games situation probably wouldn't even happen if he didn't double and triple down on his earlier statements. So I don't get that. Just why wouldn't you just be like, hey, maybe I misunderstood what the movement was, and then move on? Nobody would bring it up anymore. But it's just like this weird need to be like, well, I was right about this thing. And then it's like, okay, no, you're not. And then everyone's mad at you again. And it's just like, we're restarting. Like, I don't understand what the point of it is. It's either like you're aware that you're getting more views because of it, or you're just like blatantly blind to actual criticism. All right, Tact, have a good day at work. So yeah, I don't know. I generally don't understand. So I know someone who gives out the same energy he does, and I've learned this person I know is a narcissist. Havana was 70 months. So true.
70 months, so true.
Thank you for the prime stuff. Thank you guys for the primes today. Turns on voice shifter. Actually, yeah. Yeah, you're done, kid. Yeah, I mean, it's just weird. I don't know. I'm not like trying to go after the guy for anything. I don't really care. I don't have a horse in the race, as I usually say with this stuff. I try to be like objective, whatever that word means nowadays. But I just don't understand how we're still talking about fucking pirate software. Goddamn, when was OnlyFans was like 6-7 months ago? What is going on? Advice streamer to hate watcher streamer pipeline. I guess I'm a hate watcher now. I don't watch him. I just see clips of him, and then when they go on my feed, then I'm like, okay, what the fuck is this? That's usually what happens. That's usually how I watch stuff, is when it lands on my feed, and then I go, what is this? And then I go down this weird rabbit hole. Turns out playing WoW on stream is the bad idea. It all stemmed from OnlyFans raid. That's what I'm saying. And the OnlyFans raid, I mean, if the OnlyFans raid was that he roached out, as they say, and he just said like, yeah, my bad, guys. Hey, sorry. Hey, every man for themselves. Am I right? It is what it is. People would just point, laugh, and then move on. That's it. We wouldn't have 7 months of, here's this thing Pirate said that makes him look like an idiot. We wouldn't have that. He would just be like, yeah, sorry, I roached out. It is what it is. That's it. All it would have been. But instead it had to be like, no, you're wrong. There's nothing I could do. It's just like, it was this ridiculous, like you can't look bad. And also then people came up with clips where he was like going after Moon because Moon roached out in a dungeon. He's like, I would never do that. I would never do that. And it's like, okay, no, you did do that. And now it's like, you look like an idiot, but instead of just owning up to it, you like double down on how you're not an idiot. And then when people call you out, you triple down on how you're not an idiot. And then when people keep calling you out, you it's like this weird, like what's the breaking point here in this, like in this cycle? I don't know. I don't think there's a win. Anyways, so the Stop Killing Games, I wanted to see what my boy Josh Strife Hayes has to say. Love watching this dude. Plays a lot of MMOs, plays a lot of RPGs. He's just a good-looking lad that talks about ye old video games. So I'm curious what he has to say about this, because I guess there was some back and forth between him and Pirate as well regarding this topic. The topic of Stop Killing Games, pretty simple. It's like a movement to try to get video games to stop killing their games. I know it's in the fucking title, but basically, when a video game ends its live service life cycle, meaning that games that are forced you to be online, instead of when they end their service, you can no longer access the game, to include some safe measures for you to still have access to the game. For example, there's plenty of games that you play and they're always online, meaning you have to have an internet connection. Those games, unfortunately, are subject to termination, in which you can no longer play them. One example of that, I think, that I can think off the top of my head is Evolve. Remember, Evolve was a game that was only online, and then they took the servers down. Basically, Concord, yeah, I don't even, Concord, sure, whatever. Just games that once they are dead and you bought them, it doesn't mean you can no longer play them. Just have some way where you can host locally, or some way where you could still have access to the game without needing an internet connection. That's it. Pretty straightforward. I think most people would agree with it. I mean, it sucks to pay $60 and then the game dies and you can never play it again, right? It's like, what's the point? You know what I mean? And so this thing was put together to say, hey, how about we can still play these games regardless of whether they're shut down? Sometimes really cool communities conspire from them. Tons of still nice things can happen even though the game is dead, right? That's it. Why would you disagree with this? I don't know. Other than like you're some maniac. I don't know how else to say this, but like, why would you disagree with that? Other than you're a video game company that's now forced to make sure your customers get what they pay for. Ooh, who will defend the billion-dollar conglomerates? Ooh, you know what I mean? Like, there's no real incentive, And then the only thing that I've seen that's even remotely against it, and it almost comes off as like devil's advocate-y, is like, well, if you're an indie game, which, by the way, I don't know what indie game forces you to play online, but sure, we'll just pretend you're an indie game developer. If you're an indie game, then you're forced to have some type of like online or some type of forced localization where you now have to spend resources to create multiplayer for your game. No one's saying that. And again, this doesn't really impact those types of games because they weren't built for that in the first place. Like I genuinely cannot think of it like online only indie games, because usually indie games are made for single player like mindset. You know what I'm saying? Like for people to play single player, and then multiplayer comes like usually afterwards. I don't know, maybe like Lethal Company or something, like Repo. But even then, like a company like that, I feel like we'll still have things in place, and there's also mods. I'm not like isn't, yeah, I don't know. It would just like this weird. And also Repo isn't forced online, right? Because Repo, you host it locally. So it's right? Isn't that how that works? Like peer to peer? We're talking like servers. So an indie company with servers would have to, they'd force you to play on their servers. Yeah, I don't know. I can't think of like good examples of indie companies that force you to play on their servers, that when their servers shut down, you can't play them anymore. Because it's usually cheaper for indie companies to have you host multiplayer sessions, which they're safe from, the scrutiny of like, this like DRM topic. So I generally don't know. I don't know. Club Penguin? Maybe like some of these social MMOs, right? Blizzard's a good example of a live service indie company. True, yeah. And the good thing is when people started their own live service for free, Blizzard shut them down, which was really good. Blizzard said, you can't host our game for free by yourself. We'll cease and desist you. And then when people said, hey, we really want to play your original game, like, how can we do that? They said, you don't want to play our original game. And then they finally caved in and put out their original game, and now it's like one of the reasons, one of the biggest reasons why WoW is still relevant. Anyways, I don't want to rant about like Activision Blizzard. I don't want to do that right now. Point is, why you would be against this, I don't know. But Pirate Software is, and he's explained it through MS Paint several times. People didn't like his explanation because it repainted the entire argument that this was for to begin with. His argument seems to come from a place of like, well, you're screwing over developers by forcing them to make multiplayer for their games. I don't know how he got there from this movement. I really don't. Maybe he didn't read or something, or he doesn't know how to read. Like, I don't really know what prompted him to have such a high, like, almost like vindicative argument against this. Like, if you watch this video where he, like, attacked this movement, he was, like, mad at it. Like, as if it was personally slighting him. As if someone said, hey, your indie game that you made based on like Undertale or whatever, you'll have to make this into a multiplayer game now. And he got mad and he's like, no, this is fucking dumb. And then he like went this like long tangent. And then people were like, why don't you get in the call with a guy and then talk about this? And he said, no. And you know why? and he linked to this clip where the guy behind Stop Killing Games is like, here's some reasons why we should tell people to do this, because it's like an easy dub for politicians. And then Pyra got mad at that for some reason. Like, he's like, this is why I will never talk to this guy. It was like, I don't understand what I was watching. I'll be honest with you. Like, I still to this day don't know what his point was. Just that he said politicians like easy W's or something. Like, what? I don't understand. Like, we're protecting. So we're, in this case, we're protecting politicians and we're protecting big game developers. Those are the two things that I got from this whole
super
debacle.
hero.
You know? So I don't understand what the fuck all of this was about. Anyways, we'll watch some Josh Sarface. Maybe he'll have a good explanation. Trollus with the 60 months. Appreciate you. Thank you for that Prime as well. Thank you guys for all the Primes today. You guys are awesome. And Paul Abbott, thank you as well with the Prime 6 months resub. Thank you guys.
But today we're going to play Book. And I'll tell you why we're going to play Book. It's because Twitch... This is a smoothie, by the way. I'm being really healthy. It's because Twitch just doesn't seem to like people playing video games. I'm getting that vibe. I'm getting that feeling. I was reading an interesting report commented upon by Tim the Tat Manathy, where he said, rightly so, that just chatting is far bigger than anything else on Twitch. Just chatting has like 300 to 500k viewers. Every other video game doesn't even come close. League of Legends, I think, is the second closest at like 100k. Annoyingly, it's just not true. It's not a thing for playing video games. It's a thing for chatting, and it's because more people value drama than they do value any individual single game.
Is that true? I mean, is that all people do on just chatting, though?
Thanks, Oni-chan.
Captain Mesa with the Prime.
Yo.
Or sorry, with the Tier 1. Thank you so much. 42 months. Welcome back. Is that all people do on just chatting? I mean, I think I don't know. It's hard to say because like it's like what exactly is just chatting anyway? Like, is it? I don't think it's just drama, right? Like, it's people that, I mean, here's Iron Mouse, here's Miskiff, here's Asmongold and his alt. Sometimes people jump into just chatting, like it's the two right now is like Asmongold versus Hassan, like daily PvP match. So that's going on. There's some like big streamers here too. Reaction IRL content. Like what I'm doing is just chatting technically as well, right? Like I'm not sure if it's necessarily all drama, right? I think it's mostly reacts probably. I would say reacts on like IRL stuff, like going to the gym. I mean, we're driving a car, I guess. We're eating food. Like it's just kind of everything, you know? It's like your daily dose of what do people do and what are they talking about, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, people jump categories. I mean, maybe drama's a component of it. Like certainly drama like will spike views for sure. Right? Yeah, it's hard to gauge it because I just feel like it's all encompassing. Like I just don't think it's just one thing that you could say just chatting is responsible for. I used to watch Van Darkholm farmer outside his house and feed his goats and just chatting. Yeah, just chatting is just everything else, I guess. You might say they are just chatting with chat. True. Then get to it, double down on the Star Citizen drama. I don't want to do that anymore. I don't want any more Star Citizen fans to attack me for my very like mild take of, hey, maybe stop charging your customers thousands of dollars and release the game. Apparently Star Citizen fans think that that's the worst thing you can tell them. The worst thing you can tell a Star Citizen fan is to like stop spending money on Star Citizen. Like that's basically like that's like a slur. It's like, hey, don't spend money. What the fuck did you say to me about Star Citizen? Did you know it's the most free-to-play game?
I hope you're doing good, AllXH.
What are you talking about, bro? They literally were redefining the definition of pay-to-win. Like, they just decided to just, like, make their own version of pay-to-win because it's not pay-to-win because me and my 65 friends can kill you and your ship. What? Yeah, that doesn't mean you're paying to win because you'll still lose. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Anyways, I don't really want to get into like Star Citizen beef again. Could be worse. Could be Genshin fans. I actually watched some of the Genshin drama. It's pretty funny. More recently I've been watching Honkai drama. Honkai drama's been pretty funny. I don't know why. It's just some of these gacha games, if you at all criticize their games, they like will come out in full force and they will attack you and everything you stand for. It's just like Star Citizen. It's just like games that have like very hardcore fans, which I should have expected with Star Citizen. And usually when money is involved too, I've noticed that. Actually, is that true? Is there a way we could like figure out if a game that has large amounts of financial investment has, as a result, a more hardcore fan base? I wonder if there's a way to gauge that. I don't know. Awkward Sensei, thank you for the 39 months. Pour money that gives it validated. So is it like, because it's like, oh Jesus, is it like sunk cost? You know, like if you spend $1,000 on something and someone says that thing's kind of shit, wouldn't you be like, hey, Bucko, I spent $1,000 on this. You're shit, right? I think there's that element to it for sure. I've spent hundreds of dollars on Genshin. I'm not going to sit here and defend Genshin, right? But I could see why people would, especially if they still play it. Same with like Honkai, same with like other just games in general. You know what I mean? I mean, it's like when you look at WoW, there's a lot of people that defend WoW for sure. But WoW, I mean, I don't know. It just would depend. But I guess you could probably find it. I don't know. There's definitely games where they don't care if you criticize it, right?
What the hell?
Like, if you talk shit about certain games, I feel like there's gamers that are like, yeah, you're right. Like League, right? Like, you could talk shit about League. You know what I mean? I don't think League players will come after you. Maybe they would. I'm not sure. Like, someone spending $600 on a Sony paperweight, getting up some people say PS5 doesn't have any games. Yeah, I guess I never bought into that. But that's like a result of, like, tribalism with, like, Xbox versus PlayStation. But they ignore PC. They've gone to private servers with hundreds of bots so they can play WoW single player. Anyways, Destiny 2 fans, lol, Warframe will agree game hurts them, then continue to play the game. Yeah, Destiny 2, yeah, those are good examples of, to be fair, I feel like Warframe's a little bit above like where Destiny 2 sits, because I don't feel like Digital Extreme has gone out of their way to fuck over their player base. By making a game like Marathon and then realizing how much of a disaster it is for the overall Destiny community. League of Legends, I mean, the League of Legends is just like a result of, you know, a $1 billion company that wants to make like trillions of dollars. So you're gonna get like every bad actor that is money motivated is gonna be part of like the League of Legends board of creative direction and or monetization. And will, as a result, in the end run, like hurt the player base, for the sake of a profit margin. It's just it's very straightforward. Like, you know, maybe there's a few developers in League. They're like, hey, let's make the game fun, and they come out with fun game modes. But then you'll have like patches, you'll have skins, you'll have battle passes, and it just cancels each other out. Anyways,
but I'm not going to get into drama. I am above that. I am enlightened.
Hell
I
yeah.
am superior to all that. I will stand on my lovely pedestal above, and I will not be degraded. I will not devolve into talking about drama. So, Pirate Software. What happened with that whole thing? What's going on there, guys? What's happening?
That's what we're saying, bro. That's what we're trying to find out.
I spoke to Pirate Software. I sent him a DM on Twitter. I refuse to call it X. I've got two important things to say about that.
Josh, I don't like
First
your
of all,
noise gate, I'll be honest.
The internet is capable of generating
I don't like the sound of a fan when you talk.
laser-focused hatred than almost anything we've seen in the past. In history. Yeah, there have been massive standing armies who have all had ideas of destruction against an ideal, But the fact that the internet has made it possible for millions of people to laser focus hatred on a single individual it's a situation we've never seen before in history. It's insane. And
I don't know. I feel like I've been around enough to know that there's been tons of times where the internet all fixated on one individual to try to end them. But I will say, maybe on a different level of so many communities joining together in video. Like, you saw people from the Animal Well sector, you saw people from Eve, you saw people from Ashes of Creation, you saw people from World of Warcraft. You've seen people from almost everywhere that Pirate has played have come out and have made their own movements against him, which that's impressive. Usually with like internet culture, someone will come out and they're like a freak, you know, and then people are like, that guy's a freak, and then that's the end of it. But like time and time again, it's like this weird different pockets of video game sectors that have attacked him, you know, individually, which that's something I've not personally seen. I can't recall where it's like so many different, you know, when it's like local to Minecraft, people will like a Minecraft person does something dumb. It's just Minecraft. It's very isolated to sectors, but these are all different sectors against one guy. So yeah, I saw like Outer Wilds had like videos against him, like. But the guy can't help himself, dude. How do you make Outer Wilds people mad? Like, no, like genuinely, how do you get Animal Well people to be mad at you? How do you do that? Like, it's just a fucking game. It's not even, it's like, how do you piss off Animal Well players, bro? Like, how do I watch Ashes of Creations videos where people are mad at him because of the way he plays Ashes of Creations? Because he like, dude, it's fucking... He lied in Ashes of Creation or something. He cast a lightning spell, killed his raid, then started malding about how everyone but him is shit. Like, that's the type of guy he is, right? I watched it. I'm not making this up. There's a video where he plays Ashes of Creation. He casts a lightning bolt. It goes past his group, aggroes a mob. He's like, whoever did that, tell me right now. I'll kick you. And he won this tirade, and then people are like, hey, it was you. And he's like, oh yeah. So something's happened. He just like... Game's not even out yet, and you have people that don't like you playing it. It's impressive. It's actually impressive to be this level of, like, aggro. Like, bro, I would want this guy... I'd go to war with this guy. He's able to draw enemy fire unlike the likes of which I've ever seen in my life. It would be him versus the world, literally.
what a lot of people don't understand is that the internet is full of very unhinged, very dangerous people. You may disagree with someone. You may dislike them. You may want to leave a mean comment. And to you, that's just one mean comment. Now, to someone who gets thousands a day, it mentally adds up. Mean comments do a tiny amount of psychic chip damage every single time you see them, but nothing heals that back. But even that can be survived. What you forget is
you gotta specialize in recuperation. You know, there's like a tech tree for it and stuff.
the internet's full of unhinged people who are
it's not all just consistent like psychic chip damage. Like you can respec for it to just be like more immune and stuff.
to find your home address,
Takes a while,
who are going
though.
to find your number, who are going to bombard you, who are going to harass your family, who are going to send death threats, who are going to attempt to actually do that. It is horrific. So I need to make it very clear. I disagree with Pirate Software. I still think he deserves a level of safety, a level of respect, a level of civility, a level of basic human decency. I can disagree with his position strongly, while still not wanting harm to befall him, while still not wanting to see him mentally suffer. And some people, they focus on the revenge, the vindication, more than the actual achieving of an actual possible goal or being, you know, a decent human being. So I messaged him afterwards and I said, look, you are my opponent in this specific intellectual battle, but you are not my enemy on a personal basis. I don't know enough about your life to want to hate you. And even if I did hate you, I wouldn't want to put any energy of mine into hating you. You forget that there are people who just, they will spend their entire life, they will spend their free time sending hate to people they don't like. To me, that's unconscionable. It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird. Is there, can we get some details? Yeah, don't send death threats to people. Let's cringe. Let's move on.
People forget that the point of a discussion is not to beat the other person into agreeing with you. That's not what it is. You don't bully someone. Toolkit called Toolkit 2 years ago. And obviously I bought RPG Maker when it went on Steam sale for like £5 and then never used it because I can't do that. I'm not my with something that you know is objectively correct. Because the person saying it just rubs you up the wrong way. You ever done that? I think we've all done that. I think we've all looked at someone and gone, you are correct.
Is this like one long, I mean, is this like where I do tangents?
You can defend your pride. You can defend your ego. You can not admit wrongdoing. You can never admit to being incorrect. But that comes across as arrogance, and therefore people dislike that. So actually, ultimately, you are harming achieving the objective you want to achieve.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what it comes down to. Like 10 minutes is basically it. Hey, don't send death threats to the guy. That's fucking weird. People on the internet are obviously very weird. Yeah, he is his own worst enemy by... But it's just, I don't get like the level of how angry he got at this whole thing.
Job, you know, you've got to be able to pretend lots of things. I went, I'm going to be a politician. She went, exactly the same job. Airy number of people out in the world who don't actually care about the objective of any given social movement.
Okay, so we don't actually have like the...
Which should never have been done. The internet does reduce the difficulty in order to harass someone. So to loop this back to the start,
okay.
I disagree with Pirate Software on an intellectual level based on what I think the outcome of Stop Killing Games will be. But I don't wish him harm. I think he deserves a level of safety, a level of civility.
Yeah, the thing is, you can disagree with him, but it's like what you're disagreeing is you're saying you think 2 + 2 = 4. Pirate Software, green isn't his favorite color. There's not really like an intellectual disagreement you're having. You both like have different opinions about like different subjects that you think are happening at the same time. You're arguing for Stop Killing Games, which, like, again, most people think should happen, right? As a movement. Sounds like a good movement. Let's do it. He disagrees with it on, like, his misunderstanding of what it is and has doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on that he's right and made an ass out of himself. That's all this is. You could disagree with him, like, intellectually, sure, but he's not even arguing the same thing with you. Like, I'd like to see him arguing, like, this, his position on it or something. I don't know. Like, does he have a new position on it? I mean, I seen that he talked with some people on Twitter DMs. It seems like that's what, like, Charlie said, was that they talked in DMs, but then Charlie said it didn't go anywhere. Which just sounds like it didn't do anything. I don't know. This whole thing is absolutely so ridiculous. I don't even know why we're still talking about it. I mean, it's funny, if anything.
Poggers.
What is this?
I thought I was done with this entire fiasco, but it looks like things have gotten more nuclear.
Stephanie, thank you for the 74 months. Welcome back.
Here I am again with a follow-up video. Link to that petition.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. We still use gameplay to talk over commentary in 2025. Love to see it.
Is also in the description of this video, and if you're a European resident and haven't signed it yet, you can go do that if you want. Line actually blame Pirate Software for being responsible for ruining that movement's momentum. Obviously, one look at his channel versus that of Accursed Farms, and Pirate has a far bigger reach subscriber-wise and such as well. But instead of helping video games be preserved, Pirate instead decided to cut the movement out and effectively try to destroy it. Which brings us to now. Pirate has been getting a ton of heat online.
This 2, Dark Souls 2? Okay.
And he has now doubled, tripled, and I would even say quadrupled down on his stance that Stop Killing Games is wrong, and he doesn't think that video games should be preserved or playable because of financial upkeep as well as other things. Despite the fact, Pirate refuses to acknowledge that Accursed Farms has made it very clear in his movement that companies can also simply give the tools to the fans to make their own servers, effectively lifting that burden from these companies. But nope, no can do. And now Pirate Software has responded, and it's very lengthy, and, well, let's get into it.
Okay, I want to see his response. That's all I've been really interested in, is his specific response regarding this situation.
Don't harass him, obviously, and all that other stuff, but here's what he said. He started by saying, "Been reading through all of the posts against me over my stance on the Stop Killing Games initiative. Tons of people calling me a liar or that I misrepresented the initiative. Also, lots of content creators dogpiling on this to get their pound of flesh."
Bro, this isn't like a Game of Thrones episode. Like get their pound of flesh. Hey, I think murder is okay. You shouldn't think that. That's wrong. All these people dogpiling. Yeah, people think you misrepresented a movement. They called you out on it instead of being like, "Let me actually talk to the guy and directly," and then because you could prove yourself. By the way, if you think you're right, it would be very easy to jump in the call and prove yourself. Like, if my point is to be the smartest guy in the room, and I think I'm the smartest, and then I think this other guy's dumb, and then they're like, "Well, why don't you talk to him? Why don't you debate him and see where you conclude things?" And I go, "Nah. No one's gonna take you seriously, brother. Just, you could have talked to the guy in a live stream in front of all your audience and been like, here's why I think you're wrong. I'm this smart guy. Here's why you're wrong." Just so weird. It's just like, do anything but actually like face the criticism head on, you know? I don't understand this. Anyways, sure. I'm also dogpiling to get my pound of flesh, by the way.
Let's dig
Sure.
into what I actually did and said.
By the way, there's definitely YouTubers and stuff that will probably like cover this, I'm sure. But it's also like, it's like, of course they're gonna cover it because it's like one. I don't even. It's so disproportionately like blown out of proportion. I don't know how. Like people are saying narcissist. I can almost see, like, I don't want to buy into it just being like he's a narcissist, but everything here points to narcissist in the sense of like, whenever you call somebody out that's
I got
a
my
narcissist,
days. I got my drink and I am ready to lock eye in fellow UNC.
they have a very difficult time taking criticism. Like, it's almost impossible to criticize a narcissist because they will find different ways to spin it back on like how they're not wrong, right? Like how it's not their fault, how it's like your fault actually, gaslighting, like all these different manipulation tactics. Instead of just, you know, because it comes to a certain point, you know, I've been called out for shit plenty of times. Some of it I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. Sometimes I'm like, whatever. Just that's a human reaction, I guess, most of the time. But like to do this much of like, I am the victim is just very bizarre. I don't know, man. I had an interview with a psychologist, and even a psychologist called him out. I saw that as well. Nick, thank you so much for the 23 months. You're locked and ready to go. Well, sit down for this one, I guess, because we're getting into something I don't even know what the fuck this is at this point. Like, this is just ridiculous. I don't know, man. I don't know. Is there not people in his life that are like his friends and stuff? Like, isn't it good to have friends in your life that are like, hey, you're kind of fucking dumb for this, and then you're like, oh shit, you know, because they're your friends. Isn't that why you have friends in your life that can tell you when you're wrong as well? So like, if the entire internet's against you, maybe a friend sitting down and saying, yo, I think the entire internet might be right. You know, it's like one of those situations, right? But obviously, the problem here is that he's been attacked for so many different things now. It's kind of like, some of it's valid, some of it isn't. That's maybe harder to sift through this shit. But this one obviously like got his attention enough for him to like talk about it. And obviously, like people like Critical, Josh Stripe Hayes, like bigger content creators to be like, hey, this guy's kind of has an L take here. The Star Citizen. Yes, Star Citizen incident. Yeah, well, that's a whole nother subject matter. Anyways, yeah, so he's saying that these videos are linked at the bottom. Many people have not watched them and are just calling me a liar. Oh, by the way, I've watched him. I watched that previous video, the Stop Killing Games, and I watched Pirate's like takes on it. Several of his takes. Now, if I'm missing context because I didn't watch 3 minutes before him giving the most absolute fucking barbaric take imaginable, then that's on me, I suppose. But like, I'm not gonna watch a 3-hour live stream where only 30 minutes you maybe address something that's like rudimentarily available for anyone to just read themselves and have a better understanding of, rather than listening to someone that thinks it's something that it's not. So I could go back and watch stuff that maybe he says this is more context. Sure, I'll watch that. So far, I've only seen clips, and obviously the original Stop Killing Games video that was put out by Unsolved Mind, or calling them the wrong names. That's on me. Anyways, okay, here's the tweet.
I put out 2 videos. These videos are linked at the bottom of this post. Many people have not watched them and are just calling me a liar or attacking my character. Give the videos a watch, read the initiative yourself.
I think I actually watched the first Stop Killing Games video he put out. I think I did watch that one.
Make a conclusion that you aren't copy-pasting from social media. Monetization on these videos is disabled, so no, this is not some ploy to increase revenue. I just care about this subject and have rightful concerns as a person working in this space.
Yeah, nobody cares about the monetization turned off on this subject because, like, at the end of the day, you're getting views. You're getting some type of revenue through viewership, right? There's a reason why companies pay you thousands of dollars to put up a video on your channel. And it's because you bring eyes to something that eventually translates to them getting monetization through like purchases or through reviews, whatever it is. So just saying I turned off ads, but the video has 1 million views, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Like, sure, you're just saying that you're not getting any ads from talking about it, but you still got millions of views. So that translates somewhere. Anyways, also, you have rightful concerns, but like, again, you're being criticized for your original point, which you said that you misrepresented the initiative. So you're passionate about something that people feel like you misrepresented. It's like your neighbor, I don't know, your neighbor is doing lawn work and you start like being passionately against it because you think your neighbor is like, I don't know, human trafficking or something. You know what I'm saying? It's just like a weird, it's sure you're passionate against human trafficking, but your neighbor is just fucking taking out the weeds, right? They're not part of a criminal organization. So you can be passionate about something that you think is happening, but that's not what's happening here. So what are you passionate about in this situation? And that's what people want to know.
About this subject and have rightful concerns as a person working in this space. In the first video, I go through what an initiative is, how it's not law, and how it's a starting point for this entire process. This helps people understand that this is to start the conversation for change and can adapt later.
Fuck's sakes, dude. Do I have to...
Hi, my name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, without any paywalls or bullshit in the way. It's incredibly important to me that
He works at Blizzard Entertainment.
This and try to get me to sign it. And I don't want to. Number one, I can't because I don't live in Europe. But number two, I wouldn't sign it even if I could. And I'm going to kind of go through this and try to explain the reason why I have a problem with Stop Killing Games is specifically it starts the wrong conversation. If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game, pitching it as a single-player experience, and then taking away support in the future, this ain't it. And the reason why is specifically on this initiative, under its own description, it says, this initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. This isn't always possible in all video games, and it doesn't call out the specific practice that this is supposedly trying to defeat. It is incredibly vague and will damage all live service games. How would you keep League of Legends in a functional playable state?
It's just so weird to like go from just like the absolute worst outlier immediately. Like, how will League stay alive? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about always online, talking about like DRM. We're talking about games that like people brought up earlier. Anthem, sure, Concord. Not that who's playing Concord, but like games like Evolve, right? That people would still want to play, but were only available through live service means. I'm sure League of Legends, when it dies, people will find ways to play League of Legends. I don't think that's the crux of the argument.
you'd have to re-architect the entire game.
All right, so what is the, I go through how it's not a law, how it's starting point for this entire this helps people understand that this is to start a conversation for changing and adapt later. Okay, sure.
The game is what is called client. So to re-architect this, we'd have to take all of that server logic, push it back out into the client, and somehow make that playable in a multiplayer-only video game. That doesn't make sense to me.
What about like live service only games? That's kind of the point, right?
So this isn't going to work for all games. Why is it calling out all games? And it's really easy to say like, oh, you know, that'll get worked out down the line. But we're dealing with government here. If we're going to be putting up these types of ideas specifically in front of government, we need to be calling out the right issues, especially if you don't have precedent set. Because now you're going to be setting precedent on something that doesn't make any sense with people that may not understand the nuance of our industry, all in the name of saving games. I can't agree with that. So let's go into why this is happening, right? So
Okay. Sure, right away. Just okay.
I then go through.
This is not to. This is also not to like have the clips where he just attacks the guy behind Stop Killing Games unnecessarily, and then like double down on it, and then like talked about how he's not gonna speak with him publicly because
Shut the fuck
of a PowerPoint he made where he said politicians like easy wins. He like got very upset at that for some reason and said I'll never talk to him because of it. So here it's a little bit more calm in this video. But I'll let it play out. Also, Tony, thank you so much for the 107 months. Holy smokes. Welcome back. Long time.
The initiative and some of its goals from the official page. I then talk about the repercussions of them should they be implemented. As written, all games need to be left in a functional, playable state.
Also, the one thing I will say as well, like this part here,
on the line, but we're dealing with government here.
this almost sounds like someone that also doesn't understand how the government works. I understand that he's coming from the place of like, it's not like the government is John Government and you go up to him and you hand him a piece of paper and say, please do this. And he goes, no. And he put, no, you would bring this up to, you would get the votes and you would get a politician's attention by saying, hey, this movement has hundreds of thousands of people backing it, right? And so a member of the government, should they want to, could then bring this up the proper chains. That's how you get issues changed to begin with, is finding a member of government who is not as passionate as you may be, but who is as interested in you in forming a law or a bill and getting something done in order to advance your said movement. That's how it works, okay? So to say we're dealing with government, you don't need to get every single penal code and bylaw and number etched out in a form when you're bringing up an issue. Otherwise, like, that's what the government is already doing. You don't have to do the work for the government for them in a situation like this, okay? You show the petition, you show people are interested in something, and you would find a representative, right? Your representative of your state, a representative of Congress, and you would forward them these issues and say, hey, these are important issues that we would like to see get tackled, right? That's how it works. Not like, hey, before you get votes for a movement, make sure everything is outlined perfectly and critically right away. Huh? That's not, you don't get a law made by making the law, by writing up a fucking 500-page synopsis of a law and then giving it to the politician on his front doorstep and he goes through 500 pages. That's not how they do things. By the way, also politicians don't even read those, but I mean, that's getting too detracted. But I'm saying here is like, this is fine. Why would you ever say don't, hey guys, you know, every single movement ever where people try to get votes or like signatures, don't ever do those because they don't have every single page written out for politicians. Like, it just seems kind of strange to like have that as a take right away.
I agree with that. So let's go into why this
I don't agree with that. Okay, you don't agree with what? People trying to push for movement? Like,
is happening, right? So why did this start in the strong consumer protection laws? This represents one of the best opportunities to hold a publisher accountable for this action. If we're successful in charges being...
Yeah, so then I'm talking about League of Legends, talking about literally what happened, which was the crew shut down, 12 million people bought it, 12 million people can no longer play the crew. Hey, that's a bit far out there. Why don't we have a process where Ubisoft can't just take your cash, shut the game down, and say bye-bye, right? Why don't we have a process that stops that? Oh, that's wrong, I guess.
Pressed against Ubisoft, this can have a ripple effect on the video games industry to prevent publishers from destroying more games.
There is nothing wrong with that statement, by the way. I just want to point out, there's zero wrong with that statement.
First off, I don't like the idea in this that it has a player base of 12 million people. That is not how long-running games work. There is a large number of people that buy the game, and that player base slowly dwindles off until nobody is playing it anymore.
Yes, but they bought the game. It doesn't matter how many people were left playing the game by the end. They bought the game. They gave money to company. Company take money. That's one transaction. That's all that matters. It doesn't matter if I have a video game that's been sitting on the shelf for 10 years. Does that mean like if I haven't fucking touched like Halo 3 in fucking a decade that somebody can show up and just take it from me? No, I should have the ability to play Halo 3 whenever the fuck I want because I bought the game and it's sitting on my shelf. I now own the copy of the game. I should be able to launch it up. That's how it works. I paid fucking $60 at the time when it came out. That's it. That's the transaction. You know, there's not like a time limit on a digital purchase, I guess, or there shouldn't be. There's not. I have movies, Disney movies. Does Disney come and take my Disney movies because I haven't watched fucking Cinderella and like over a decade? No. You know why they don't do that? Because I'll be dumb as fuck. So just the counter argument of 12 million, they're pointing 12 million people out because 12 million people made a transaction and they now no longer have access to the transaction they made, right? And by the way, I don't want to actual misrepresentation, but I've seen some companies starting to have like different EULAs where when they say they're giving you the game, they're giving you rights to access to the game is how they're rewriting it. So companies are seeing that people want to have ownership and instead they're pushing back against it where they now, instead of you having ownership, they instead want to write in their EULA that you're purchasing access to their game. So that's the big corp of mind right now, is that they're giving you access to rent or lease the game until they shut down, okay? Which is totally opposite of this. And by the way, completely fucking you over, mind you. That's how they're fighting back. So to say that this is like wrong and who will think of big companies, they're already fighting against this, mind you. Again, I could be taking this out of context, but that's some of the articles I've seen with some of the EULA changes that big corpos are pushing for now, is that they let you have like a rental period or something. You don't actually have access to the game until they give it to you. I think Nintendo's doing that with the Switch too. Somebody brought up where you don't have access to the key cartridge, or like the game cartridge. You have access to like the key or something. It's just whatever. It's Nintendo doing Nintendo shit, but other companies seemingly follow in the footsteps of big Nintendo, and lo and behold, we're here now having this conversation. So
if there's any costs associated with keeping the game online, which this was an online video game, then eventually it costs more to keep it online than it does to keep running it, right? So the cost outweighs the amount of income for it. There are bad business practices that can occur in there. There are companies that will sell a online-only game as a single-player experience and kind of just put it into the TOS and hide it. But not all companies do that. When they do, we should be calling out that specific company, not all companies. So let's take a look at this and find out more about the Crew itself. If we pull up their Wikipedia, we can see that the Crew was actually created in 2014, which, much to the hatred of all of us oldies on the internet, was 10 years ago. Oh. So this was an online-only racing video game developed by Ubisoft Ivory Tower and Ubisoft Reflections and published by Ubisoft. So all Ubisoft, right? With that in mind, it said it was a scaled-down recreation of the contiguous United States and included both role-playing and large-scale multiplayer elements. So it had a massive multiplayer component to it. It is an online-only service-based game, and they shut it down 10 years later. On March 31st, 2024, Ubisoft shut down the game's servers, rendering the game unplayable, which is normal for live service games. The only thing that I can see in here that could be a problem is if they post it as not an online-only experience. But everything that I found online shows that the game was always marketed as online-only.
I get, it sounds like in his world, like if you just say you're online-only, then you get a free pass to do whatever the fuck you want, which is kind of like a very strange. Reckwave, thank you for the 8 months. Like just saying, well, yeah, they said they're online only. Like, well, yeah, they said they were going to be online only, so it's really your fault. I don't really understand that logic. Like, what, like racing game multiplayer? Yeah, there's tons of racing games that are single player that are like have big maps. Like, I'm just so confused by what the actual argument is. Is that okay? So you say it's multiplayer, so therefore you can do whatever you want when you shut down.
If you're going to be buying an online-only game, that means it can only run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down in the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut if it's online only. If it's
Okay, but what about giving access to you once it's cut? Where's the issue there? Like, sure, fine. Like, they can't let you host local servers. It's impossible for a little company like Ubisoft to let you host your own local server. What's the argument against letting you, at the end of the cycle of the game, by these servers being shut down? What's the issue with you being able to host your own?
single player experience that has online only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shitty business practice, but that's really rare. And in the specific cases where it does happen,
Let me get that back again.
run when it's online. And if the servers need to shut down in the future, far in the future, it makes sense to me for the access to that game to be cut if it's online only. If it's a single player experience
Yes, but okay. Sorry, keep going.
that has online only functionality specifically just to shut down the game in the future, and the online only doesn't actually add any gameplay functionality, I'd agree with you. That's a shit.
Gee, which game would do that? Which game has a functionality like that? My Chrome is breaking. Damn, I can't think of any games that do something like that. What he's talking about? That's crazy.
Shitty business practice, but that's really rare. And in the specific cases where it does happen, we should call out that, not just all games and not all live service games. Further, there's more context to this too. The Crew itself came out in 2014, but it actually had a sequel that came out in 2018, and then it had another sequel that came out in 2023. And if we go to the Crew's...
That's the company you work for, by the way, Blizzard, Diablo 4. Just unrelated, but figured interesting fact.
SteamDB, which again is not going to be all of the player base for this. It's only going to show the ones who were playing it through Steam. It was on multiple platforms. We look at the max here. It did start out with a sizable amount of community, and then it degraded. And it had a major drop-off in 2018, which is the same year that it launched a sequel. This is normal. When a sequel comes out, a lot of the player base, if the sequel doesn't suck, will move over to it. And then the servers effectively die. You can't run a live service game on this few players. You can't. Most of the time, especially not if there's anything else that goes into it. And if we go into that anything else, and we could see that there was
Pigstrip with the 2 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, Prime. So I feel like we're now moving the argument, right? We start off as the argument is like, yeah, if it's an online service only game and they shut down the servers, then the game is shut down. You bought the game as online only, so that's on you. To now, like, well, they could never host a game with 5 people. Yeah, I agree. I agree that the company's it's not their job to, like, host the game for 5 people playing it. Like, that's kind of ridiculous, right? So what's the alternative here? It's almost like maybe the alternative is what the movement was trying to do. I don't know. Maybe that's crazy. That's kind of crazy take.
problems. So on December 14th, 2023, Ubisoft delisted The Crew and its expansions from digital platforms, suspended sales of microtransactions, and announced that the game's servers would shut down on March 31st. So they gave them 3 months. Usually I would say, hey, 6 months is probably a better deal, but if they're going to do 3 months, they're going to do 3 months.
Why? Yeah, we're going to kill you 6 months ago, but 3 months, we kind of have to move up the date. So I would say 6 months to kill you is fine, but 3 months, that's unfortunately what we're going to do.
Months. The only thing that I'd be interested outside of that is if there was a contractual obligation to do more than 3 months and they didn't follow it, if it was in the terms of service or not. Citing upcoming server infrastructure and...
Who gives a fuck? Like, who cares? Oh, if they put in their EULA, we'll give you 30 days of a warning before we shut the servers down. Then they don't violate their own EULA. Like, this is so... Who gives a fuck about who signed off on the EULA? If I'm John Ubisoft and I put in the EULA, 3 months is how much we'll give you and you'll like it. Why does it matter if it's like, oh, well, it's a weird, does he think EULA is law or something? I'm so confused. Like, does he, like, it's a contractual, I don't even know what to really call it, because it's a contract written by the game companies that force you to sign it, right? Which is the big fucking bullet points at the start when you load into the game, when everyone scrolls through it and agrees to the terms. By the way, just the idea of, like, contracts like that alone, if for example, they put in the contract, sign this and we now own your kidneys, that does not mean they own your kidneys just because you signed the EULA. No court would, legally speaking, no court would allow that, okay? It's just like when you go on a fucking carnival ride and you sign something, or like a trip. You ever go on a trip, like a tour or like skydiving and stuff like that? They make you sign a waiver, right? if they do something that like kills somebody, they can't just be like, well, they signed a waiver, right? No. What will happen is an investigation will happen, and there's things that they can get away with if the waiver is signed. Like, for example, if a person did something to themselves, but they can't just now kill you on like a skydiving trip and then be like, well, they signed a waiver that lets us kill them. No, that's not how it works. No courts recognize this type of stuff. Just because a EULA or a contract is signed, if something within that contract is egregious, courts will throw that out. Like you cannot get away with it. Yeah, Disney is an example of it, where a couple, one of them died in a restaurant, right? They gave them peanuts or something and they had an allergy. They killed them. You know what? Disney's lawyers argued that they signed up for a free Disney Plus trial account, and so therefore they aren't legally obligated to do anything because they signed their EULA on Disney Plus. You know what the court said? Yeah, you're a fucking idiot. Throw this shit out, okay? So just because you sign the EULA doesn't mean that these companies can just do whatever they want now, okay? Especially if there's no legal precedence to, for example, how long they have to give you a heads up for before they terminate their servers. A lot of this stuff, as Thor put earlier, is nuanced, meaning that, I mean, there's a lot of details behind it, but also it's like new ground. Courts don't know this stuff yet. There's not precedence on this stuff yet, which maybe there should be for the sake of protecting the consumers, so that video game companies just don't own every single video game asset you purchase in the future. And then they can just say, well, you signed the waiver. That means we can just shut the game down whenever we feel like it. Or well, you signed the waiver. The PlayStation that you bought is legally ours. Send it back. It's just not how it works. Just signing the EULA doesn't all of a sudden vindicate every single video game company with bad practices. So I don't know why we're just talking about the EULA like it's the holy Bible. Like, oh, well, you know, if they didn't violate their EULA, then they're good. No, it's really irrelevant to the grand scheme of things here.
Licensing constraints. What were those licensing constraints? Well, it turns out that all of the cars in the game were licensed from the car companies. And a 10-year running game likely means that they had license to them for 10 years. And that means that it would likely reopen for negotiation. Now, understand that's speculation, but I've seen this type of a deal many times in the industry while I've been working in it. So it's not unlikely. If you're going to have...
Okay. Yes, I'm sure Blizzard had a lot of like car licensing agreements that they had to adhere to for their multiplayer live service only game. Having said that, I can speculate too. What if they're greedy and they're full of assholes and they said, fuck you, video gamers, and they shut the servers down? Wow, we both speculated. Turns out we got nowhere.
Have to renegotiate on a game that has so few players and is not turning a profit anymore, you're probably just going to forgo the renegotiation. And if those servers are aging, you're not going to want to recreate that infrastructure. And there are some people that'll say, well, just make it all single player. Well, I've explained that doesn't make any sense in the first place.
Why? Like, because they made it multiplayer only.
If you're making it all single player, you'd have to carve off all of that, and it's developer time and money. When you already have sequels out and the game has basically no players left anyway, it makes more sense to just move on. I don't find that to be a problem from the developer perspective, and I understand that people find that to be a problem from the...
Also, like, we're not asking... I don't think anyone here was asking retroactively for Ubisoft to go and make a single-player version of The Crew. Like... I don't think anyone said, oh, well, now they have to go back and remake single player. So this just feels very weird. Like, oh, well, they have to do it. But no, they're giving you an example of a game that was online only, that shut down after 10 years, that people can no longer play. It's an example, okay, to say, hey, can we stop this from happening in the future? That's what an example is. I don't know why we're talking about examples instead of, I don't know, things that are actively happening. Like, I don't know, for example, this is a better one. What happens when Diablo 4 stops being live serviced? Anyone know? Doesn't Pirate play this game?
Hello, Pirate Sufferer. What are your thoughts on the Lord and Savior Diablo IV so far? So, it's not Diablo 4. It's Diablo IV. It is injecting intravenous solution of not shit video game back into this IP. That's what it's doing. That's...
Okay, so when your favorite game that's not shit IP, which, by the way, heavy disagree on Diablo 4, like, of all ARPGs, Diablo 4 shilling is crazy, but when your favorite game, Diablo 4, gets, I don't know, live service ended, and you can no longer play it, what's going to be the take then? well, I bought the game and they said online only, so I guess I'll go fuck myself.
Player perspective. These are two different ideologies, and that's okay to have two different
Like,
ideologies.
why even have that as a take? Just be like, well, I wish there was a solution for the inevitability of like other games being shut down in the future, like my favorite game, Diablo 4.
It's very effective. I just won't agree with it because I understand the burden that puts if we raise that problem in the way that we are right now. If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them. And we're going to miss out on adventures like Final Fantasy XIV.
We went from like have some type of backup plan for when games reach their end of service after 10 years to they will now be forced to be strapped into a fucking ventilator and keep running forever. Also, FF14 is like crazy. I don't know. It's just like a... Okay, yeah, let's say FF14. I don't expect Square Enix to keep the servers on for 100 years, but like maybe have it where people can have access to their own little servers they can host. I don't know. That'd be cool. Yeah, why not? Is that too difficult? No one's telling the game companies to force the servers to stay alive for 5 players indefinitely. That's ridiculous. So I don't know why this is now pivoted to whatever this is.
And even though I don't play anymore, League of Legends or any other live service game.
I think we got the context now for the other video. Yeah, I wanted to watch some of this because I did forget it. I definitely watched this the first time I remember. But so the context crazy. Go through what an initiative it is, how it's not law, and how it's an important. This helps people understand this is Charlie conversation for change and can adapt later. He kind of says that at the start, and some of its goals from the official page for it, and then I talk about the repercussions of should be implemented. As written, all games need to be left in a functional, playable state. Okay, so people felt like he mischaracterized. Like, functional, playable state doesn't mean that Ubisoft needs to keep the crew running for 25 more years. Next, I bring up the crew and walk through the business around it and the sequels and the size of the player base at the time of sunset. I did this because it was called out by this initiative, an example. Okay, so I understood that it's an example of it, sure.
Next, I bring up the crew and walk through the business around it, the sequels, and the size of the...
It's because then if the community-hosted servers are better than the community that made the game will miss out on the money. Yeah, exactly, and that's what Blizzard did. Blizzard stopped live servicing classic World of Warcraft. They continued with dogshit expansions. People went back and said Classic was good. We're going to host our own servers for free. Blizzard said, cease and desist. And then players got upset because hundreds and thousands of them were playing it. And Blizzard said, well, you don't want to play that shit game anyway. And then they said, yes, we do want to play that game, Blizzard, you dumb fucks. And then Blizzard said, okay, fine. We'll host our own, even though you guys don't want to play it. And then it became a raving success. Biggest, like, Blizzard fucking hit in a long-ass time. And, oh, well, at least now they're making money from it. Thank God somebody thought of Blizzard. Holy moly. How is Blizzard not going to make money that year?
Player base at time of sunset. I did this because it was called out by this initiative as an example of publishers destroying a game.
By the way, Blizzard fully intended to destroy the game at the time. The only reason that they put the servers back up is because they cease and desisted passionate fans and then decided to like make money off of it by not just releasing the games as they were with just a subscription fee. They started to add microtransactions like we saw in TBC, which was the second ever World of Warcraft expansion. They re-released it in the same fucking state and then added microtransactions exclusive to the expansion, okay? These are the horrible... By the way, I don't know if you know this, but Blizzard worked for that exact... Thor worked for the exact company that I'm talking about here. Some of the most horrible business practices imaginable is from ye old Blizzard. So let's not get it twisted, okay? Very profit-driven, very fuck you to players... I guess in the last X amount of years that they've been running the company. So yeah, a lot of this is just a way to fight that back. I don't know why that's a big deal.
Also harshly critique Accursed Farms wording in his videos because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way.
Dude, that's so cringe. So basically, okay, so he harshly criticized Ross Scott. He was like, he said, yeah, I'd have to go back to his exact quote. He had some like very choice words for Ross Scott. He just like called him out in like a very negative way. And then he brought up him like talking about the law. Like, it's just such a weird, like, I honestly don't even know. Like, it's like you're getting in an argument with somebody and you're talking about something, and they go like, yeah, I just think that I just think this whole thing is very silly. But what I would like to do going forward, then you go, whoa, silly? Wait, so you think everything I do is just silly, and you just don't respect me? Yeah, I'm done with this conversation. And they get up and leave, and you're like, what the fuck was that about? And it's just like they picked apart this one very like insignificant detail in the conversation to get mad about, just so they can find their own exit from the conversation, right? And I feel like a lot of times people do that specifically because they don't have like one, a better argument, or two, or like maybe emotional control, whatever you want to call it. But like three, they don't want to face maybe the truth of what you're saying. So in Ross's argument about the can I even find it? Like, can I find the exact clip? Yeah, this right here. This is what we watched.
I've gotten a message.
This is his
I
harsh
got a message
words.
from Ross, who's the person behind the Stop Killing Games initiative. This is Ross, the guy from your video responded to at 10:24. Based on your response, I think there's a combination of values clash and there's a misunderstanding on much of what we're asking for. For example, WoW would likely be exempt from this measure since it's considered under law as a true service. Likely is the problem that I have with your statement there. In other words, the customer is told explicitly that their access ends at the time of payment. Most live service games do not do this, which could run afoul of EU law. Most is patently incorrect.
Like, you know what I'm saying? We're picking apart words and just remember your entire argument. We're fixating on like different words, different adjectives.
Many other misunderstandings in your video. It's clear that you hate the initiative, and I doubt...
It's like when you tell somebody, hey, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I just want to figure out what the crux of the issue is. Hurt? You did more than hurt my feelings. It's like, brother, okay. I'm sorry I harmed you. Can we just get past this? Past it? Well, one of us is past it. It's like, bro, how are you going to have a conversation with somebody that does shit like that?
I would change that. That is correct. I would encourage you to at least hate it for what it accurately is. I do. We obviously have very different perceptions of what's likely outcome of this. I think those details influence that. That said, we also have a values clash. You state repeatedly that a game being permanently disabled is not a problem. It is not. A live service game is meant to end one day. There's nothing wrong with that. This is where we very clearly disagree. You're actually the most high-profile person I know that is adamantly against what we're doing. Cool.
It's like arguing with a teenager. This is what it feels like. It's literally feels like you're arguing with like just some bratty teenager, you know? And you're trying to be in good faith of like, hey, like I want to figure out where our differences are. And then the teenager goes, well, we can't. You go like, okay, so tell me why we can't figure this out together. Because you're a big meanie and I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're like, okay, so it seems like only one of us is interested in having a conversation and the other one just wants to be pouty and bratty because they didn't eat like lunch or something. Like, what is this?
If you're interested, I'd be fine with having a discussion with you on where we could at least clarify things, but your choice. I don't think I want to do that. And
so here's where I still don't understand this. Like, I have been trying to, I've lost sleep over this. No, not really, but I've been trying to understand where he's coming from with this, because he brings up the receipts. He brings up the spicy receipts of like why he won't talk to him. This is it. And I don't fucking understand this.
the reason why is this.
If somebody could explain it to me, I would love it, because I still cannot.
Specifically, your video that made me not interested in wanting to talk to you. It is specifically this portion of your video, right here, where you discuss reasons why your initiative could pass. And your description of this, I find to be disgusting.
Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies. EU law is already unclear on a lot of this practice anyway, and we would be making it easy for them to settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know, how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it? And finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win, they don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues. I don't have any respect for that.
I just don't, like, I watch this and I try to understand there's only two outcomes that I get from this, and one is either, again, the teenager thing, where you're arguing with the teenager and be like, why can't we talk about this? You seem very upset. And the teenager goes, because last weekend you didn't want to watch the movie that I wanted to watch. And you go like, oh, brother, okay, well, I'm sorry I hurt your feelings about that. The other example, the only other second thing that I can gather from this is that, well, three things, I guess. The second thing is that he really likes politicians, which, like, I don't think that's, but it's like, you know what I mean? Maybe you really like politicians, and you're like, don't talk about my politicians this way, which is also like a crazy take. But the third one is that, like, he just misunderstands what he means by these bullet points, and he feels like it's a diversion from more serious topics. Is like Ross Scott is trying to purposefully move the like serious issues, like all the stuff going on in this world. Forget about that. Let's find a diversion, guys. How can we divert the government from caring about serious issues? Ooh, I know, video game law. And him being like, hey, wait a minute. There's serious topics here. Do not move away from it. You know what I'm saying? That's like the only, maybe he thinks that, like, he's purposefully started a movement to get politicians to not worry about serious topics. Like he's some like fucking villain. What's the easiest way we can get Congress to stop talking about serious issues? Oh, video game law. Now they won't pass laws for people's rights. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, does he think that's what's going on? Like, is that, maybe he thinks that's what Ross Scott is doing when he just says, like, when he lightheartedly says, hey, it's a diversion for more serious topics, meaning like, okay, you know, there's a lot of serious shit going on in the world. Maybe something like this we can just push through, and like we don't have to worry, we don't have to think about all the crazy shit going on in the world, right? Like a lighthearted way. But maybe Thor is reading it as like, you think serious topics aren't worth our time? I disagree with that adamantly. Like that, maybe that's why he's so aggressive about it. Like he thinks that Ross is like in favor of wasting Congress's time. Is that what he thinks is going on? Maybe like genuinely, and that's why he's so mad? In which case, maybe Thor just doesn't understand like what a lighthearted comment is. Like maybe what a joke is or something. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to be like an asshole, but like, that's why I also think that he's maybe not all there. Like if you don't see this as autism. Well, again, I don't want to like say that because I'm not a doctor. I'm not a psychiatrist. I just see this and I'm like, how do you not understand that he was being lighthearted about this and he's not actually literally trying to subterfuge the government by passing a law that helps gamers? Which, by the way, doesn't make any sense even when you say that out loud. I'm gonna waste the government's time by trying to get an initiative that everybody backs. Huh? Isn't that what the government is for? No, because instead of them worrying about like contentious topics, I'll bring up one that everybody likes. That sounds like a good thing. Right? Like, no, because I mean, many people will back this movement, but if I like get some senator or member of Congress to like not talk about like, I don't know, gun control or something for a day, then it's a big W for me and my villain group. Like, I'm so confused. Like what this, like, even when you say it like that, it just doesn't make any fucking sense, like at all, you know? Like it doesn't make any sense. So that's why I'm confused on why, like, I'm just confused about what this, why you're so upset.
And I don't have any reason to have a conversation with you because of this. Good luck.
Like, because he's that mad about it. So that's the only thing I could think of is that he generally feels like Ross is a bad person with that comment or something, you know? And so, yeah, he said, I also harshly critique Ross's words because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or in this movement anyway. Bro, he said like one funny thing. Like he didn't even disparage them. He just said it's an easy W. Oh my God, won't somebody think of the politicians? Oh my God, the politicians that will be offended by that. Oh my God, the poor politicians and their feelings. Oh, we never talk about the politicians and their feelings. They might look at that and be like, we don't care about just easy W's. Like, bro. And also, even if you don't like it, just be like, hey, I think we can reframe the politicians part a little differently, and I'm on board. That's all that would have to happen.
Making process and lawmakers which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way. Let's stop there for a second because there's a lot to sift through. Firstly, he claims that people did not watch the videos and people are attacking his character. That he somehow didn't say
Well,
that
I
Stop
watched it.
Killing Games or Accursed Farms were wrong or anything
Too much of
like
it,
that.
really.
So, Moist Critical or Penguin or Charlie, however you call him, you know the guy, he's been in some beef with Pirate Software recently on this very topic. And in his video, around the 6-minute mark, Charlie shows a clip of Pirate Software responding to Accursed Farms' entire movement. I'll put the clip in this video here. Hopefully it doesn't get copyright struck, but here it is.
And it's not like he's being very professional and polite about it, you know, buttoned up. Listen to it.
So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage. This is It's Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No, eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. This sucks. That's a really stupid ass move.
Why is it that, by the way, I'm very curious, and maybe I'm
Hi.
like reading into this too long, but why is he so like chill in this video?
My name is Jason Thor Hall, also known as...
Hi, my name is Jason Thor. You know, the reason I didn't back this movement is very simple, because it outlines a few things that I don't very much agree with. But in the stream, he's like, nah, just eat my ass, eat my shit, eat my different body part, genitals, dick. Like, what? So why do you not have the same energy in the YouTube video? If you're like this upset in the fucking stream, why is this video like, hey, this is my professional take on the whole thing, you know?
Pirate Software Online. I've been in the gaming industry for about 20 years.
I'm a game developer. I just, you know, I care about the people. I care about the... Eat my ass! Like, what? Bro.
That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This
Ass.
is complete garbage.
This is
all of this can eat
shit.
I dropped the mask entirely.
Okay.
I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass.
Bro, all right. I get it. I don't want to hear about your ass anymore, bro.
The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
So, as you hopefully saw, and hopefully it's still in this video, Pirate Software actively said publicly that he will go against Stop Killing Games and wants it to fail because he disagrees with it so vehemently.
Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to.
So when he tries to now say in his lengthy public rant post on Twitter that I showed earlier and I'll get more into later, he's now trying to paint himself as misunderstood, but what he's done instead is unsuccessfully tried to run damage control to protect his brand or integrity while being absolutely exposed otherwise, which doesn't give his stance any leg to stand on, and just proves that the guy seriously believes that he's some gigabrain brainiac type, like we're all unevolved chimpanzees, you know, basking in his brilliance. And that we all need to grovel and pray that Pirate Software may bless us with his knowledge. We're just so uninvolved, unlike him. Or at least that's how he's coming off here. This just doesn't really sound genuine at all. I said in my last video about this topic that I lost a lot of respect for Pirate Software, but seeing how he's doubling and tripling down, despite literal clips of his face and voice from his own videos, no one else did that. Those are his videos and his streams that are being used against him as evidence.
That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass.
It's only proving that this guy is not only wrong, but he just refuses to admit that he is.
Yeah, I think the only reason you would like go back and do damage control and like spin a different narrative is because you got caught, right? Like you got caught and you're like, oh fuck, oh shit, everyone thinks I'm a dumb fuck, oh fuck. Okay, guys, in my first video, I was very calm and I approached this with a very objective, analytical lens. I picked apart the argument one by one. And it's like, bro, we have clips of you saying "eat my ass" over and over again. Oh fuck! Oh, they have footage. Oh shit! Guys, all of these slop tubers misconstruing my argument. They're attacking me personally, and they hate me. Bro, just say yeah, my bad. Just say yeah, my bad. I misunderstood everything. I shouldn't talk about this subject that I have very little understanding of. I could have gotten a call with him and figured this out in 15 fucking minutes. But instead, I'm just going to keep making videos about it, how, like, I'm not wrong. I can't be wrong if I talk about something else, you know? Hey, in this car video, you talked about what the engine is, and you got the specifications incorrect. That engine is not what you said it was. Well, chocolate cake has chocolate in it. I can't be wrong. No one's talking about chocolate cake. Not a single person brought up chocolate cake. Well, it's just all these people think that I'm wrong about chocolate cake. And I'm not. I've been running a bakery since 1992. I know what's in a chocolate cake. No one's talking about chocolate cake. You literally thought this was about chocolate cake. Turns out it's not about chocolate cake. It's about this car and its engine. Chocolate is... I can't be wrong if I argue about something completely irrelevant.
And it's just causing him more grief and loss of integrity by just continuing to go down this path. It kind of reminds me of how games journalists acted during Gamergate 2's highest points. How they would, despite having overwhelming evidence placed against them, that such concepts were still ruining games.
I don't even remember. Why are we talking about Gamergate? What the fuck's... Okay.
They would omit that information from articles on purpose, kind of like how so many articles refuse to admit that GG2 was started by a game developer and not players. The reason I bring that up is because in that scenario, they were gaslighting readers and viewers, and they knew what they were doing. And they were filling their heads with misinformation aplenty. And Pirate Software is just...
It's just like more recently, like the VA strike thing with the Hoyoverse actors.
doing the exact same thing.
You planning on playing Borderlands 4? Unfortunately, yes. Unfortunately.
Thing here. You can't say people are attacking your character and misusing your words when you literally said what you said, man. And the fact that he is doubling down like this, like, Jesus, man. Anyway, let's continue down this poop tunnel, fellas. So please make sure your hazmat suits are sealed properly. Let's continue. So Pirate Software then said via Twitter, I talk about potential scenarios where a studio could be abused if the initiative was implemented as written. It adds new paths for abuse, and that needs to be discussed to help hone this initiative into something that would do good without doing harm.
Yeah, you were playing devil's advocate for a situation no one was talking about. And also, devil's advocate doesn't all of a sudden, like, you didn't just, like, will it into existence. You can't be like, well, what if the game companies were forced to keep servers live for 5 players? Yeah, that's why this movement is bad. They shouldn't do that. This movement's ass, eat my shit. This is dog shit because they're forcing game companies to keep servers live for decades. No one said that. Not a single person brought that up. It's just, you've put this devil's advocate point into the universe and are now adamantly arguing against it as if Scott Ross put it into the movement, like, header. No one said it.
I then explained that very few people in the game development space can actually discuss this from the other side due to fear of losing their jobs. A studio is much safer in silent...
Okay, sure. I don't know what that means. You can't... the developers can't talk about this, I guess?
...dissent than they are discussing the drawbacks of your ideals. The recent attacks on our games is obvious evidence...
Wait, he's saying that developers aren't talking about this because they would take my side.
...of this. To recap, my main issue with this initiative is that it is...
He's like fighting for developers that are silent. Like, are they messaging you saying, thank God you said something? Like, I disagree with us having to, like, give players agency to their own game. Thank God that you were out there to defend us. If we didn't have you, we'd have to give players their own agency. Like, what the fuck? What is even the point of... what does that even mean?
Broad in its approach to change the industry and the exact language of the initiative, not the fact requests that all games stay in a functional...
A new path for abuse is crazy, by the way. Oh, we're being abused. Somebody stop our abuse. How are you being abused? They're forcing us to let players keep games and to play their games in their own time, and we can't just shut down the servers. Oh my God, won't somebody think of you? Yes, we just want to shut the servers down and not have to worry about ever touching this game IP again. Why don't you make the game not online only, where you just chill a bunch of your bullshit into people's, like, download cache? Things like, I don't know, microtransactions, analytics, whatever the fuck else. No! Okay, anyways, it adds a new path of abuse. That's crazy. Calling it abuse is crazy. It needs to be discussed to help hone this initiative into something that would be good without doing harm. Okay, so, by the way, I hope he touches up on this. I hope he touches up on the fact that him saying that help hone this initiative in means that he is now for this initiative. I hope that gets covered because he originally said, I would never support this. This is ass, eat my ass, to, well, I just wanted to hone it in a little bit. You can see how one is not like the other. One is, I'm adamantly against it. Here's why I'll never work with the creator, which is what he said. The other one is, well, I just wanted to give it some criticism and play devil's advocate to hone it in a little bit. That's not what you said. You could say it in a tweet now, whatever, to like do optics control or something. But you said it was ass, and then you'll never talk to the creator of this thing. But now you're like, well, I just wanted to, like, just hone it in a little bit, dial it back a little bit. No, that's not what you said.
Playable state. Except, not at all, Pirate, and you know that. Again, need to repeat that Accursed Farms made it very clear in his initiative that Stop Killing Games has the option to let developers and publishers give the tools to the players to do the work, meaning that the work and cost that you complain about is being circumvented, as one user would reply, although they said a lot. I'll just read the beginning, otherwise this video will be like an hour long, but here's what they said. You say the initiative demands that all games stay in a functionable, playable state and call that unfeasible, but you're taking the most extreme reading of that phrase.
Yes.
It's an advocacy starting point, not a mandate. The goal is to prevent avoidable game destruction, not force...
Yeah, he like took it literally, which again, that's why I'm like, why are we taking the statement literally instead of like, what's the objective of the movement? Okay, to let players have control of the game they bought. Functional playable state, meaning that they can take the game out of the case, put it into their Xbox, hit play, and they can play it. Why are we taking the most like egregious example, which is everything 100% like it was on launch, fucking thousands of servers across the West Coast and across fucking Japan, India, Russia, PR on standby, tech support. That's not what they're saying. Yes, everyone realizes it's ridiculous. Why are we even talking about it? And also, why are we saying that that's literally what they're asking for and saying how it's so impossible that I have to be against this? Bro, just why are we arguing for the most extreme outlier? I don't get that.
Every online title to be preserved forever. Framing it as a threat to MMOs and user-generated content games is a slippery slope argument that misrepresents the intent. Pirate Software, as seen here, doubles down again, saying this user is misrepresenting what he says, but this happens, which is, my god, man. Then the same user then replies back, I didn't say you're misrepresenting the initiative, I said you're misrepresenting the intent. Why undermine an entire movement that does stand to introduce incredible consumer protections by dismissing it rather than proposing a rewording? Also, tell me you didn't read my response without telling me. It's a fear of a hypothetical abuse of the current wording that you're standing on. Pirate would then reply, the intent is not what is written. You can argue that what is meant is different, but that isn't relevant here. It's not written, and intent is lost when undocumented. And this other user just says what we're all thinking. Are you like literally illiterate or something?
Yeah, I feel like I'm reading like two different conversations. Like genuinely, I feel like I'm reading one person's comment and then the response is like towards something else. Like I'm having a hard time understanding what his reply is. He's saying, "Hey, you're representing the intent. This is a good thing." And he says, "The intent is not what he wrote down." You know what I mean? Like he's like, here, he wrote the color like I don't even know how to explain this. I don't even have a good analogy for this. Not that my analogies have been blowing out of the park today, but like the intent is to keep games in a playable state. And then he took that and like reframed it in the worst possible way and is arguing, this is what it is. It's like your dad is like, hey, do you wanna go out to dinner to your favorite restaurant? And someone would say, oh, it sounds like your dad has good intentions of taking you to your favorite restaurant. And you go, no, my dad has bad intentions. And you, what? He just said he wants to take you to a restaurant. No, he wants to take me to a restaurant because he wants to fill my head with lies. He has bad intent. Okay, well, maybe you can ascertain that from some other things he does, but he literally just said he wants to take you to a restaurant to go to eat. Where are you drawing that he wants to fill your lies with head? Because he does. He didn't say it, but that's irrelevant. What? How is what he said irrelevant to what his intentions are? Are you in his head? That's how this reads. Do you get what I mean? Like, the intent is not what is written. It's literally written. You can argue what is meant is different, but it isn't relevant here. It's not written, and the intent is lost when undocumented. Like, Here's FAQ. Okay. Are you asking companies to support games forever? No. Literally right here, no. The thing that he's been arguing about for some reason in the FAQ, no. It's not written. Right here, it's written. No, we're not doing that. Or they're not doing that. It's in their fucking FAQ. What else? If companies face penalties for destroying copies of games, okay, aren't you asking companies? Okay, I guess, like, what is the... I guess it's, like, already saw, like, what is the movement, right? But a growing number are designed to stop working as soon as publishers end support. This effectively robs customers, destroys games as art form, and is unnecessary. Our movement seeks to pass new law in the EU to put an end to this practice. Our proposal will do the following: require video games sold to remain in a working state when support ends. Okay. So this is what working state. So he just like took the word working and like reframed it as fully supported by an entire staff, like everything, like abuse the developers is what this means. Keep it working means abuse of developers. I guess I can take that. Like the most egregious outlier example, which is to keep the game in like a day one state of fully employed staff, again, customer support, server maintenance. You got the CEO walking around being like, great job, everybody. Great first day for the launch. Like, that's, I guess you could say that. Working just means you put it in the disk drive and it turns on. I don't know. Require no connections, not interfere with any business practices while the game is still being supported. Yeah, that's true too. Okay, so it's not written. What's meant is different. But he took what he thought it meant, though. And that's why the point is, you don't understand. You took your own meaning and ran with it. And then now you're saying that it's the true meaning. It's so weird. It's like it's like you're in a group, right? And you're in a group setting, and I don't know, somebody says to you, hey, I don't like that you do that. This like weird thing that you're doing. And you go, you hate me. And you get up, and you go, everything I do, you hate me for who I am. And then the group goes, no, you misunderstood what they said. They just mean they don't like what you're doing. Can you please stop? It's distracting. No, that's not what they meant. They meant that they hate me personally, and they think I'm a terrible person. So fuck you. And they go, whoa, what's going on? No, it's like, no, sorry. I just meant maybe we misunderstood. I just meant that you're making some noise over there, and I'm like, hey, can you stop doing that? I just don't like the noise. It's bothering me. Fuck you. You're all bullying me, and you hate what I stand for, and you hate who I am as a person. And because of that, I'm adamantly against you. Fuck you. And you walk away, and then people go, well, that was really weird. Yeah, I don't know how he got that I hate him from just like, I don't like something that you're doing. That's very strange. What a strange reaction to have. Maybe there's something wrong with that person. That's what I can surmise from it. I don't know. It's just that's how this comes off to me as. He said that's the intent is not what is written. If the person that wrote it down is saying this is their intent, thousands of people sign it and they say this sounds like good intent, and you go, that's not what y'all are doing. That's not what all of you are doing. That's not your intent, is it? You have some bad intent, don't you? That's not what your intent is. And they go, no, that's truly our intent. No. I think you're up to no good. And so you can argue what this means, but that's irrelevant because it's not written, and the intent of what you're doing is lost when you don't write it down. It's like, how many different ways can you fucking write it down? We just want games to work. Well, you better write that down. Brother, how much shit do they need to fucking write down? This actually exhausted me looking through this. They got like every single possible question written down and goddamn answered, and we're still sitting here and being like, that's not your intent. That's not what you're saying, though, is it? No, that's literally what we're saying. Look at our FAQ. That's not what you mean.
Because it's incredible how, despite overwhelming evidence of pirate software just being in the wrong here, that the guy just refuses to budge. He would unironically argue with you that, like, drinking water is not beneficial to you, and if you called him out, he would try to gaslight you into thinking otherwise. Like, it's ridiculous. And Pirate keeps doing the same rebuttal to everyone, which is, actually, you didn't read what I said. Like, no, people read what you said. They're responding to you. The only person here who doesn't understand, ironically, is you of all people, not them. Of course, not everyone was taking this seriously, like Meme Bastard here, who responds to Pirate Software simply saying, I'm gay, which, you know, was a nice slice through the nonsense, but this nonsense keeps on going, so let's continue. Then an actual game dev responds to Pirate Software and claims that Pirate is also unable to understand what APIs do. APIs, by the way, stand for Application Programming Interface. It's pretty much software that is a set of rules that
100% of people who drink water do die. Also, 100% of people who stop drinking water also die. So what's
allows users to share and talk to one another. Okay, so now you know, here's what the dev said to Pirate Software. We can limit restructuring with APIs. In your example of MMOs, even end-user communities have created their own APIs to facilitate when none existed. Sure, things may get depreciated and you need to update, adjust, etc., but that's part of the business of running a service that requires maintenance. You're doing it anyway. Build it smarter from the onset, you'll be fine. Wait until everything crumbles and you're toast. This is Dev 101 and starts before production. As a developer, you know that though, right? Next question.
Okay, so here's where, like, I think it's, I don't know, getting a little off topic here, but I think some of the criticism is interesting. Because it goes towards, like, he's very quick to point out, and I'm not not a game developer, but Pirate's always very quick to point out that he's a game developer, so it's very interesting to hear other game developers chime in. In your own example of MMOs, even end-user communities have created their own APIs to facilitate. That's true. So we talked about, like, what was it? The City of Heroes game, Club Penguins. There's a few, like, World of Warcraft. There's tons of games that they just created their own APIs to make the game work. 5M is an example of gamers that made their own APIs, right? Sure, things make it is it depreciated? Am I saying that? Okay, I'm having a stroke. And you need to update, adjust, etc. But that's part of your business of running a service that requires maintenance. You're doing it anyway. Build it smarter from the onset and you'll be fine. Wait until everything crumbles and you're toast. This is Dev 101 and starts before production. As a dev, you know that though, right? Yeah, so he's saying that, like, people will develop, like, APIs for these favorite games. It's just something that developers, like, factor in. What is this? Deprecated, not depreciated? Am I saying this right?
Deprecate.
Deprecate. Okay. Whatever. Past tense. Some things may get past tense. What? Express disparage or belittle? Disparages? Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't fucking matter. Okay. Yeah, so he's saying that there's, like, back-end stuff. There's, like, back-end stuff that's in place that developers put in for people that try to, like, make APIs out of their, like, MMOs or whatever it is. So he's just saying, like, hey, just developers should plan that ahead of time if they have, like, an MMO. I mean that makes some sense, right? If people are paying for it, maybe, yeah, sure, okay.
Question. So this guy attacked Pirate's integrity, which he probably didn't like. Let's see how he responds. It seems like you might be talking about running a distributed architecture which doesn't work for all game services. You cannot do this when you need the source of truth to be kept from players to ensure a level playing ground. Outside of that, an API is just a communication bridge. What is your intent with an API and what would you be communicating over it that challenges the issues I brought up?
Okay, and here's where I think you're going to have a conversation between somebody that maybe knows what they're talking about and somebody that maybe doesn't know what they're talking about, right? But again, I'm an outsider here. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. That's also possible. distribution architecture which doesn't work for all game services. Okay, that's just very broad and blanket because he specifically says MMOs, and he says, well, yeah, it doesn't work for all games. Okay.
Dev would fire back, and it's lengthy, but there's a part here where he says that is very important, where essentially they state that Pirate's inability to understand the situation and what people want out of Stop Killing Games is actually damaging the industry. And
yeah, so an actual game developer has come out and said, no, your takes is more. So when he was like earlier saying, oh, you know, I have all these devs that I'm protecting with because they can't talk about it, they'll get fired, but they're backing me up. A developer comes out and says, brother, what you're doing is actually hurting and not helping. So the only dev so far, I mean, maybe there's other examples, but the only dev that I've seen so far that comes out and says, yo, I'm going to put in my 2 cents here. What you're doing is kind of fucked up. Maybe there's devs that will come out and say, no, Pirate's right. I shouldn't be forced to do extra work for consumers. Why would I want to do that? I don't know. Maybe you like games and want games to exist outside of just like live service. It's just so if you can't ensure a product doesn't end itself and the customer loses without a refund, don't make it. You are hurting, not helping. But everything about your take hurts the industry. They hurt other devs, and most of all, they hurt the customer. None of this is hard. I can see how you think it's coming from a AAA, but damn, son, learn from the proactive and not reactive, and you will find how much easier and less stressful things are in short order. Doesn't mean there won't be stress, but you have a lot to unlearn about whatever the hell you were doing before AAA, because it sounds stupid as fuck, and let's be real, most of AAA is run by smooth-brained shitsacks, so I do feel for anyone cutting their teeth in that space. They miss some valuable lessons that I have seen in indies with zero experience get right the first time out. Yeah, I believe that to some degree. I feel like AAA's definitely cut more corners. We've seen that time and time again with games that have come out and they're poorly optimized. Mind's Eye. Have you guys heard about this game called Mind's Eye? It's the GTA competitor. Spent $100 million on it. Runs like shit and is now getting a lot of backlash, and people are criticizing it because it's not a well-done game, but it's considered itself a AAA. So, yeah, plenty of examples like that out there. Concord, another one, right? So yes, AAA game companies don't always have it right, and so having like a AAA mindset is like not correct going into the conversation to begin with. There are no reasons why it can't be done. There are only excuses. Yeah, and I think most people agree with that. As a dev, I will gatekeep the shit out of my peers, and the customers should do the same. You can be a problem or a partner. We will only keep one. These are solvable problems, no excuses. Okay, so this developer is saying, the movement sounds good. The developers should have a plan in mind. If you can't ensure a product doesn't end itself and the customer loses out without a refund, don't make it. That's what this developer's stance is. I wonder if Pirate claps back on it. Might be Ghoul with the 12 months. Appreciate you. And Pigster, thank you for the reset. Appreciate you as well.
And that as a game dev, he should understand that what's being asked is in fact not as complicated as he's claiming it to be. As he says there near the end, there are no reasons why it can't be done. There are only excuses.
Thank you,
I
Chrissy.
think it's here where Pirate's ego got most hurt.
Oh, he answers, oh no, Chrissy with a 5 gifted. 420 in the channel total. Blaze up. I play you my bong rip sound, but my stream deck is unplugged because I had to move a bunch of shit around. Chrissy, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. Thank you guys for the support.
Which is when Jack Vania, the same dev we've been looking at here for a bit, says this to Pirate. From one developer to another, you lack the intellectual octane to maneuver this space.
Damn, Ollie Finn, thank you so much. Yeah, so damn. This developer's going in, and that's sort of like where I think if you're gonna dive into a conversation with like pseudo intellect, people are using the word pseudo intellect. You best be prepared to cook with the best, right? So you can't really engage in a subject matter from like a point of authority if your authority is loose at best, right? You can't talk about a subject if you've done very little research on it. I think that's pretty basic, right? Like, I'm not gonna go into a lecture hall on like I don't know, like biology in like a classroom and then like teach it like with some type of, you know, with like very basic information or something like that. Or I'm not even biology. I'm just science in general. I'm not gonna talk about chemistry in class just because I read one article on it. You know what I mean? It's just, I'm not saying that that's what's going on here. What I'm saying is I would look stupid, right? I would look dumb if I speak from a point of authority, right? I think, unfortunately, what he does a lot, and unfortunately, I feel like some of this is going to be scrutinized as time goes on.
20 years. I used to work at Blizzard Entertainment, then Amazon Game Studios, and now I own my own studio, Pirate Software, by the same name, which is an indie studio, and I've been here for about 8 years now.
Yeah, so he's talking about like, hey, I have all these different credentials as a game developer. You sometimes will get G-checked by other game developers. It happens regularly, you know? It does happen, right? But if you're speaking on the subject of game development, then you should know like a lot about game development. No? I mean, it's just like pretty straightforward. I mean, a lot of it's like, it's not like if I came and said, hey, I just make indie games sometimes. I don't know that much about game development. This is my take. That's fine. People will probably be like, oh, okay, so he like knows some stuff about game development. But if you go like, I've been doing this for 8 years, okay, I work with some of the best, all right? I worked on games that you've been playing your whole life. So listen to me, right? And then you come out with a take, people are going to say, okay, so he's coming from a place of authority. He seems like he knows what he's talking about. And then someone comes out and says, wait a minute. He sounds like he's saying some bullshit, and here's why. You know, it's gonna undermine you. You're gonna look like a fool. People are gonna take clips like this that we're watching and put them all over the internet. If you were just humble about your credentials and just say, I know some stuff, you know, you can't hide behind not jargon, I want to say, but you can't hide behind like a thin veil, you know, preaching to be something you're not on the internet for too long. Eventually, people will uncover who you really are, especially if you piss the internet off. That's the thing. If you piss the internet off, they're gonna dig stuff up about you. You know, that's just kind of how it goes. They're gonna dig up your Animal Well playthrough and criticize you for it. You know, if you had just kept in your own space and just mind your own business and just, I don't know, we're humble, people wouldn't be fucking arguing with you on X about you being you know, about you lacking intelligence. That's crazy. Lack the intellectual octane to maneuver this space. Many games, specifically
multiplayer games, solved 90% of preservation issues decades ago. We just stopped doing it so we could push customers to the yearly reskin because that was more profitable. The problem has already been solved. It's strange to see a developer so lost on this. There's a few hangups with microtransactions, but that is a design problem and not a preservation problem, full stop.
Yeah, I feel like he said earlier about like, well, it's a live service game, and you bought it as a live service game, and so when the live service stops, so does the game. He doesn't really like, I think a game developer should unpack that and be like, well, some game, like why is it live service only? Like, why is it live service only? Let's talk about that. And I believe it's because, well, there's a big profit margin with making it live service only. Probably a very good one at that for companies. I don't think it's live service only to benefit consumers. Right? Like, what is the point of making it online only? Does Blizzard make Diablo 4 online only because it cares about customers? Let's be real. Or why would Blizzard make Diablo 4 online only? Does anyone know? Why can Last Epoch, a game with a fraction of Blizzard funds, be able to make Last Epoch multiplayer and single player? But won't somebody think of Blizzard? How can Last Epoch, a game with a fraction of Blizzard funds, be able to make an ARPG that's very successful, that has both single player and online components? But Blizzard, the billionaire conglomerate, super devs, they can't do it. It's just like, oh man, fuck. How can Last Epoch? They must be filled with geniuses. To be fair, they have a really good game. I like Last Epoch a lot. But they must be filled with just the most competent geniuses imaginable, and poor little Blizzard just doesn't have the mental capacity to make a game both single player and multiplayer. But God forbid, will somebody think of Blizzard devs about this whole thing? Because if you're forced to play online, you're more tempted to buy battle passes, skins, etc. I'm not gonna say that, but I think I think there's a reason why big companies like Ubisoft and Blizzard want you to play the game online only. Just saying, okay? And don't sit here and be like, well, because it's a lot of work. Okay? Sorry, it's more work for Ubisoft and Blizzard to make their games also single player when they end the service. That's crazy. I know. Ubisoft, billion-dollar company. Blizzard, billion-dollar company. God forbid they make their games accessible for people through single-player means too. Wow.
Stay clear, man. Please. And exactly that. He said it how it is. This problem that Stop Killing Games is trying to fix is not due to software limitations or anything like that. It falls solely on the fact that there are two ways that the game industry could go. One was that they would preserve everything rather easily, but they don't make as much money. Or two, which is the way things are going, is that they avoid this consumer-friendly future because they can't monopolize and, make billions off of it. Therefore, it's instead better to claim it's impossible to gaslight players into buying games again and again and so on. Anyway, Pirate Software not only refuses to admit that he's wrong, but continues to be disproven time and again that despite as much as he likes to think, he doesn't actually know what he's talking about. But his ego is so big because, I don't know, because he keeps saying that his dad worked at Blizzard. Like, okay, that's your dad, not you, dude. And I always loathe people, by the way, who pull stupid stuff like that. Like, do you know who my dad is? I don't care who your dad is because your dad isn't you. You're a completely separate human being, so none of that matters to me. This just sounds like a guy who was raised with like a silver or golden spoon in his mouth from birth and was given every opportunity to succeed. Like, your dad worked at Blizzard and was a bigwig, and then you just happened to work at Blizzard too at some point. Yeah, you definitely didn't get hired as a Nepo baby. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm whatever about the Nepo baby argument, but we'll look back on Diablo. In 2023, players had concerns. They posted a topic here in the Diablo 4 forums on June 2023. They said, like, for what reasons is Diablo fully online? Because piracy protection, which is pretty dumb, but it's their game. I bet consoles can play offline. Then someone says consoles can't play offline. We can play without online subscription, which restricts social features, but we are forced to be online always. Worked for Diablo 3. Game was never actually pirated. Interesting. Server-side data makes it nearly impossible for pirates to replicate the game with any reasonable fidelity. Not true. Diablo 3 has a 40... this person's just arguing with... The guy who worked at Diablo 3, I guess, says whatever. It's about protecting their profits, nothing else. Interesting. Servers are overloaded. Are you referring to the recent DDoS attacks? Okay, this person's just defending Blizzard's DDoS, I guess. Who's even pirating today? Yeah, I think the main reason Diablo 4's online game is because people can hack the game to play it for free or alter their game file. Anti-hacking, profits, greed and control, so they can sell the stuff battle. So pretty much all, like, it sounds to me like everyone agrees that the reason it's online only is for things that don't benefit consumers at all. I mean, it is like a pirate, funny enough, check, right? Like, if you are forcing people to play online, then they can't, like, you can't pirate the game because it'll just like scan your shit, and then if you get an update or something, it'll just break your game. So that part, I guess, makes sense. But people aren't arguing for them to keep the game always online. They're just arguing, hey, when you shut the servers down, can you have a way for people to... Also, you should have a single-player feature at the same time. I mean, you're missing out on multiplayer aspects if you play by yourself. But are they that afraid of single players, like pirating the game single-player only? Piracy is the big reason, but they get valuable info from us playing online all the time. Yeah, also true. How can they sell you the latest battle pass if they don't have, like, all your information on deck?
Come on, dude. And he clearly craves the acknowledgement and the praise of others, that he'll even make up a persona that paints him as some powerful figure or something. But then again, this is also the same guy who apparently solved Animal Well's secret ending, and no, I'm not kidding, and somehow knew exactly how to beat Outer Wilds the first time that he played that game with no outside help. And was able to come to the conclusion within minutes of first encountering these games and their problems. And then, as Sportskeeda posted here a while back, Pirate Software got accused of lying, cheating, and looking at game solutions off screen, and then pretended that he was so smart that he could figure out these games' most complex puzzles without, according to him, ever playing these games first or looking at a guide or anything. No, he's just that amazing, guys. Then even other YouTubers like Grappler is seen here exposed Pirate, where Grappler shows evidence that Pirate Software claims that he has 83 hours in Animal Well, but only streamed 40 hours of that game. Meaning, of course, more than half of his playtime was not broadcasted, and as his comment says here in Grappler's comment section, about the 83 hours thing, people corrected him in reply to his pinned comment to let him know it was actually 41, and guess what he did? He deleted those comments and repeated the 83 hours lie on stream.
I don't know how much of that is true, but I did, the only thing I saw was that when he responded to the Animal Well thing, which again, the Animal Well thing is just really funny to me for some reason, like to argue with Animal Well fans about solving a secret Easter egg puzzle, but like adamantly like gaslighting them into like, no, we did that legit. It's just like really funny because their whole Discord took like days and days to solve this puzzle, but he just did it on stream like within a few hours. And then the only thing that I had issues with like his explanation was that he said, oh, well, it was like a collective effort with me and the community. The thing is, like, all of that was streamed. And I watched some of the streams where he's solving these puzzles real time. Like, I watched the streams. And, like, it's not his community helping him. His community isn't going like, oh, go left, go right. He literally actually argues with his community, kind of like how I do sometimes, where I argue with you guys. He argues with his community about what he's doing because they think what he's doing is wrong, which what he was doing was right, by the way. He argues with them, figures it out, and goes, see, no one believed me. No one believed me. No one believed me. I told you. Is that solving a puzzle with your community, or is that like you proving your community wrong with information that you figured out on your own, even though it's like really hard to figure it out on your own? So I'm just confused on like, that's the thing that I saw him was that he defended his like actions. He said that me and the community solved it. But it sounds like he was arguing with his community about stuff that he was doing, and they were just in for the ride. It didn't seem like it was a collective effort to puzzle solve. Literally, the way he solved the puzzles was just like, wait a minute, this goes somewhere. Wait a minute. I think I know what this is. And he just like figures out the puzzles right away. Like the groundhog one doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Like the way he solves the groundhog puzzle is just like really funny in the context of like, no one would think of that. Nobody would think of like, first of all, it doesn't even look like a fucking groundhog, but like to go into your system data and change your date and time to solve the puzzle is not something anyone would fucking naturally think of, but he just figures it out by himself, mind you. I don't think someone said, hey, try changing your date and time. He just goes, wait a minute. What if I change the date and time? What if? And then he just like does it. And he's like, wait a minute. What if I change it to Groundhog Day? Because it looks like a bear. Okay, wait a minute. Now what if I do this? And he like, it's just like the series of events with no trial and error. Anyone that's ever solved a fucking puzzle knows that you make like 100 mistakes before you figure it out. He doesn't make like more than 1 or 2. What? Like to do that back to back to back, there's some puzzles that like there's a rare spawn and it can be one of 9 places. He goes to the exact place, solves that. There's a puzzle where he has to break through ground, but the ground doesn't look like normal dirt. He knows exactly what it is, breaks through that, figures that out. Then there's like a thing where you have to do a certain amount of steps. He does the exact amount of steps. Then there's the fucking poster which solves the puzzle, which by the way, he solved the puzzle without doing like a really hard challenge or something. There's like a challenge where you're supposed to collect all of these different flowers, like 100 of them or something, without taking damage. He just skips that part. He just solves the puzzle without doing the really hard challenge. He just does all of that. And he right away looks at the map as like, oh, this is the answer to the hardest Easter egg like ever. Oh, this is it. I found it. That's why people have the issue. It's not about like, oh, you as a person are bad human being. It's just like, why are you lying about just a video game? It's not that deep, bro. It's just a video game. No one's gonna like, do people now think that he's like a genius? I don't know. Maybe it's like people think you're smart and it's like, hell yeah. Fuck yeah. People think I'm the fucking smartest ever. People think I'm a fucking genius. Fuck yeah.
Why I'm bringing this up is to prove to you that Pirate Software is well known to be a lying narcissist. The
Ooh.
guy just, I don't know, unironically, I guess, wants to be viewed like he's like the real life Tony Stark or something when he isn't. Like, why would you lie about looking up answers to a game like Animal Well's secret ending is just kind of beyond me.
That's what I find funny, bro. It's like just really funny to me. I find this, and there's some other drama that involved like Limit Max from World of Warcraft, where they were playing Final Fantasy with his like raid team from WoW, and they were doing like these raids for the first time ever, and like they were going into it blind, and Limit Max just was able to solve like a bunch of really complicated raid mechanics for the first time ever by himself, blind. Like he was able to figure stuff out that none of them have ever seen before in real time. And so he got some flack for that. There's some good memes from that as well, but it's just like I don't get the video game clout. It's just like the most like bottom of the barrel clout imaginable is like faking like lying in a video game, you know? Like what like cheating in a video game, like hacking in a video game is one thing. But then like claiming to be like, really good after it, it must be an ego thing, right? It might be some form of narcissism and maybe in there. Again, I don't want to like armchair psychologist anything. Scoo, thank you for the 3 months, but also the tier 2. Thank you, Scoo. Tier 2, appreciate that. Yeah, I don't want to armchair psychology here, but like, why else would you cheat in a game, video game, and then lie about it, and then come off like you're really good? Like the most recent thing we saw was the Dr. Lupo thing with chess. He got a cheat engine, studied it, figured out how a cheat engine works, and then was using it live in a tournament, covering it up. Then when he got caught, was like, yeah, I don't know why people think I'm cheating. And then he called the guy who he cheated against and said, yeah, all these chat hoppers are saying that like I got like 20 100% perfect moves in a row as like a bottom of the barrel chess player. Like, yeah, I don't know, it's like pretty crazy. What are the odds of you doing like 20 perfect chess moves in a row? Basically like less than 0, especially at like a rank 2 in terms of worst in the world. I don't know, like his elo was really low. He had like 600 elo, which is the equivalent of like less than silver in CS or like less than fucking bronze in League. And you just happen to do 20 perfect moves in a row? Yeah, of course people are going to know you cheated, right? But then like right away just be like, no, I didn't. I mean, to be fair, to Dr. Duple's credit, he did eventually fess up and said, yeah, I did it. I was being dumb. So good on him. He owned up, right? But what if he didn't? We'd just be talking about Animal Well. He didn't understand how stupidly strong computers are compared to humans. That's what's like funny about like cheating in a game that you don't know anything about, but then claiming you're not. You know what I mean? Like, of course, chess geniuses are going to be able to be like, yeah, you're definitely cheating. Like, they would know right away. Why would you try? But then I guess if you don't know how people, like, sites have cheat engine detectors and stuff. It's very hard to cheat in chess and not get caught because you'd have to play like a superhuman, which he did for like 20 turns, right? And also the chess like does like moves that are unthinkable to the human mind because the chess is like a cheat engine's like 50 steps ahead or something, right? No human mind can compute that far. So if you're doing like moves that are like nonsensical to chess GMs, you're probably cheating. Unless you're really, really bad. When it comes to competitive games, the urge to cheat is more, but to cheat in an offline game and brag about it is stupidly pathetic. Yeah, I guess that's true. Yeah, like I can understand like the thing I brought up earlier, which people were accusing. Again, this was really funny. This was many years ago. This was 3 years ago.
As many of you know, recently a handful of players from World Progression World of Warcraft teams Limit and Echo have been trying their hand at raiding in Final Fantasy XIV.
So how does it show you've been there too long? Is it an animation on the ground?
It starts turning purple.
Wait, hold up. Yo, you have to kill these these clouds, you can slow them if you're in front of them, I think. It starts turning red when you're about to go through, but you have to have someone in the line of sight of like these clouds, I guess, and they you can slow them down. Looks like
You can see that he starts saying hold up for no reason before he even does anything, and then he walks in front of the cloud and instantly figures out how to slow the clouds down. He also somehow knows that it's a line of sight for being in front of the cloud and not just standing directly on top of it. For reference, Echo did this fight for hours while trying to clear the Savage difficulty, and by the time they cleared, they still weren't 100% sure how to slow the clouds down. It's definitely not the most intuitive mechanic had you not already known how it worked from the 24-man, and definitely not something you'd figure out the entire nuance of. These next two clips are from the Warrior of Light Extreme Trial.
This is more fun for my own like personal.
Now these
my own personal viewing enjoyment.
Are the clips that I think are the most damning and the most obvious that he already knows what's going to happen and is not truly blind.
But no, like, I'll explain what I mean later. So look where the swords are going. I guess okay, swords are okay. So maybe over here, come over this side. Maybe that's okay. So those.
There are multiple issues with this clip. The first, obviously, being that this is their first pull of normal mode and their first time ever seeing this mechanic.
This is completely detracting from the conversation, but this is part of the examples of like people that like the raid mechanics for this have been out for years. But the point is, if you're doing it blind without prior knowledge and you're telling people that you're doing it blind, of course it's not a big deal. Like this isn't like no one's career ended, no one's dead, no one's hurt from this. But like to fake like this weird video game clout, which is how this Animal Well thing came off to me, is to tell people, oh, I don't have prior knowledge. Then act your way through it the entire time. So for people to think that you're smarter than you are, it just, what is the benefit of that other than like self-serving, right? For me, if I did this, I would feel really bad. Like I would feel kind of ashamed, I think. Like if I stream to you guys, oh, I'm blind playing this game. Oh my God, I figured this mechanic out the first time. Let's go. I would just feel so bad about myself, bro. I would feel like I'm a piece of shit because like I couldn't figure it out on my own. I wouldn't be able to like, not like live with myself. That's crazy talk. That's not what I mean. But just like I wouldn't be able to feel good about myself, right? At the end of the day, because I know that I lied to everybody, number one, right? But number two, like I wouldn't feel good that I cheated through this. Like there's no benefit, right? Like this guy's a real gamer. Yeah, when I look at chat and you guys would be like, oh my God, Alex is so good. None of my video game accomplishments, by the way, no one's ever patted me in the back for like anything I've done in a video game. Most of the time, chat just wants to see me do difficult things in games. They shit on me the entire time. I crash out, like, look at the Melania fight. How many times I crashed out in the Melania fight? Arguing with chat for fucking hours. Who had fun during that? Chat did, because they got to see me fucking get angry for 8 fucking hours of doing the Melania fight, just pissed. All right? I wasn't like, when I did it, chat did the easy clap emote, and they said, let's go. And then they said, do the next one. That's it. I wasn't like, yeah, now everyone thinks I'm the fucking GOAT. No, none of that ever happened. None of the things I ever... When I ask chat, what should I play? What difficulty should I play this on? Chat always says, play it on the hardest difficulty. They just want to see me have a bad time. I don't play it because I'm like, yeah, I'm kind of goated at this, aren't I? Yeah, I'm pretty good at this. Yeah, I'm pretty fucking sick at this game, chat. And chat doesn't go like, let's go. So I just don't get... I don't get this perspective of, let me pretend, hey, I've told you did well before. Sure, but I don't live for that, I guess. I can't think of a game that I could load in right now and be like, oh my God, I'm playing this for the first time. And then just like know all the fights and then like lie to you guys about it. Just to lie to, just not even you guys, but just like friends or something. I don't know. I would feel kind of, like I said, I would feel like some sense of shame, I suppose. Also just like such a weird thing to, I don't know. Anyways.
There is no way that he knows that the sword should be moving, yet a good 5 seconds before the sword even begins to move, he's already calling out to watch where the sword is going. There's about 150 different things that the sword could be doing here. There could be a knockback from the sword similar to a title.
So context is, again, like, this is WoW raiders, because of course they are. They're doing a Final Fantasy raid for the first time, and they're proving maybe to, like, WoW play. I don't know what they're doing here, but I guess they're proving that, like, hey, we can figure out these raid mechanics. By the way, Final Fantasy, Star Citizen fans, I guess, well, there was one guy in Star Citizen fan club that called me out. He said, you play Final Fantasy, disregard your opinion for some reason. But Final Fantasy 14 has some of, like, the hardest mechanics to, like, figure out of any game I've ever personally played. And I played, like, other games that have hard raid, like Lost Ark and stuff, you know. Like, I would say it's definitely one of the harder games to figure out. And that's why people spend, like, months and months to, like, do certain fights, because it's just, it's a repetitive pattern, and you have to figure them all out, and some of them don't make any sense. Some are, like, individual based. Some of, if one person fucks up, the whole thing is done. It's very hard, some of these fights. Seed of Sacrifice, not really one of them, particularly. Also, one reason why, it's because it came out in, like, 2017, I believe, but also because it's, like, a trial. It's, like, kind of, in terms of difficulty, it's, like, third most difficult thing maybe in the game, I would say, to do. Above that would be like Savage Raids, and above that would be like Ultimates, but nevertheless, like, the mechanics can still be hard if you've never seen it before, right? That's kind of how it works. Learn the Theater of Blood raid in old school RuneScape. Oh. Anyways, yeah, so some of the most difficult stuff to do is definitely, like, raids in this game, but also if you've never seen the mechanic before, then you'd be hard pressed to just figure it out immediately. It's not easy to tell stuff, right? That's the issue with the game too. It's not easy to tell stuff. Most fights that, like, I do in the game, I look stuff up. You know, the hard ones, you have to look it up, because solving it real time is just fucking ridiculous. Like, you should see some of the shit that, like, you have to solve in the game. It doesn't fucking make any sense. Like we're on Fru right now doing P3. This is, like, what we're fucking working on.
Plus, we need to find out where the new north is and
like,
who's
what is this?
facing which traffic light. There are two ways to do this. The first method is to find the two traffic lights that have yellow tethers and leave one untethered traffic light between them, or find the single traffic light tethered to yellow. Either way works, as support will always be baiting these 4 traffic lights, and DPS will always be baiting these 4. For explanation's sake, I'll be using the one traffic light between the 2 yellow tethered traffic lights as New North, as that's how my group did it. Now we know where and how to find New North. Next up is the debuff sets, what to do with them, and which debuff set.
So my point isn't like, oh, this is incredibly hard, you have to be a pro gamer. I would say it's definitely difficult, but my point is, like, if you were to look at this the first time, like, what the fuck is going on? Like,
what traffic light.
Even I look at this as someone that's played the game for years. I can't tell you right away what's going on. Like, some of the stuff is obvious to me, but some stuff is like, yeah, I'd have to, like, play around with it for sure to be able to tell where people are supposed to go, what all the debuffs mean, what the tethers mean, whether it's a group stack, where your positionals are.
Based. So we'll assign support west.
Like, you have to have this cheat sheet up usually when you do this mechanic specifically, so you know what the fuck to do. Like, this was what this tells you. Like, okay, you look at your debuff. This is your spot with the debuff. Okay, and this is the order of the debuffs that you solve the mechanic with, right? Like, that's what you have to do to solve this mechanic.
West,
right?
north, and
so to solve it by yourself, having never seen it before the first time, impossible. Like, I don't know how else to say it. It's just impossible. And that's why World First Race Guilds will have, like, an analyzer. Somebody that clicks on your replay, and they'll be watching the replay back while you do the fight. And then eventually they'll be able to come up with a theory, and then you can practice the theory, and then eventually they figure out the mechanics in real time through, like plug and play, like, mechanic solving, right? Like, you have to have people that are, one, like, acutely aware of how mechanics work to begin with to be able to, and these are professional players, we'll say, in these World First races. So, what are those fucking things called? Which ones? There's a few.
Northeast and DPS.
I mean, there's like
east, southeast, south, and southwest traffic lights.
They're called traffic lights, if that's what you're talking about.
Always handle your debuffs within.
And then you're baiting lasers to go in certain directions. That's what the spinning means.
Traffic light position. So it's a good idea to face your camera towards your traffic light once you found it. The support
after you do your mechanic run, and if anybody fucks up, by the way, one thing here, it's just over.
North will have either a 20-second ice or 10.
Anyways, so that's the point I'm trying to make. Is it's like ridiculously difficult to solve this stuff. Of course, with the example I'm using is it's the hardest fight in the game. Not a good example, right? Because Seed of Sacrifice is not the hardest fight in the game. it's a difficult fight if you've never done it before, maybe to like learn it, but it's very easy. It's all synced down. Like it's not hard to do the fight unless you unsync it and try to learn it in real time. That's pretty difficult, I would say, because then you'd be learning it like as if anyone else learned it. And there's some people that like to play the game that way. But anyways, it's funny because like the point of this is that they're going into this for the first time, having never done it.
Wave an E3S or a Protean spread from around the sword like in Varus, but to just know that it's instantly going to move is a little strange. Not only that, but notice how he says swords, plural, rather than just one sword. This is because in the extreme guide he watched, he knows that there are 3 swords that each draw their own shape, and you have to dodge into the safe spot that isn't being drawn on. However, the first time you see this mechanic in normal mode, there's only 1 sword, and the second time you see it in normal mode, there are 2 swords. This is because, like in any other fight in this game, they like to teach you the mechanics first before throwing them at you in more complex ways. This last clip is my favorite clip. It's absolutely insane
I love this
to me
clip.
how anyone could possibly predict this. Even over predicting something like Worm's Lament 2 or the player shadow mechanic from E10S, which is already crazy enough on its own. He somehow knows that the boss will take 0 damage if you try to use melee limit break because it's some niche limit break boss. When his team asks if they should use the melee limit break, he is very hesitant to give the go-ahead because he knows if they use limit break, the boss will cast Hallowed Ground and go completely invulnerable to damage for the next 10 seconds.
Okay, so basically what he's trying to say is that there's these like gold bars here, okay, at the top. That's your limit break. It's a Final Fantasy mechanic, but when they fill up, you can use like a heal, like a super heal. You can use a super tank, like if your group takes a lot of damage, or you can use a super damage, meaning that like one of your DPS can use limit break and do a bunch of damage to the boss. But this boss, okay, they put in a gimmick, okay, that if you do that, if you use limit break, you fuck yourself over. Not something that they've done before for this boss, or I mean, well, sorry, not for this, for the game. But they decided to do a little meme here.
Seconds. They end up using the limit break anyway, and he's genuinely surprised how the boss takes any damage at all because he was expecting it to go invulnerable. However, what he doesn't know here is that if you cast LB3 while the boss is cast locked, it actually can't use the Hallowed Ground, and that's exactly what happens. Notice his surprise at the end, and he even asks if the boss took any damage.
So normally, if your DPS uses limit break, all that happens is the boss takes a bunch of damage. That's it.
We want a melee DPS limit break?
So your melee is asking, should I use limit break to do a bunch of damage to the boss?
We don't
This is like 4%, bro.
I feel
Very normal call. Happens all the time. Any fight you ever do, your melee just rips limit break all the time. You get 3 bars, 2 bars, whatever, you rip it.
like I feel like we don't know how it works, but
for some reason, in this one instance, in this one fight, because if you pre-watch, then you would know that if you use limit break, you fuck yourself over on this fight. But only if you know about it. But if you're doing it blind, you shouldn't know. Does that make sense? That's why this person brought up this clip. Is because if you don't know about the mechanic, then there's no questions asked. You just rip it. But if you know that your group will get fucked over if you rip it, then that's bad.
it's a weird limit break niche boss. Maybe like doing DPS limit break does some weird ass shit.
Taunt.
How would you know right away that it's a weird limit break niche boss?
Yeah, you taunt. I'm slurping to you. Just honestly hold it in case something goes. I don't know. Do you guys?
I think we.
Do you want to send it?
Just fucking send it, bro.
I don't know.
Alright, fuck it. I'm sending it.
Yeah,
bro.
just send it. I feel like it's gonna do some weird shit, but
Skip these fucking mobs, bro. Fuck soaking.
wait, did he take any?
Yeah, he took damage.
Oh,
I want to be very clear in that I don't think that this is a group effort, and I only think that Max himself
It's just funny. It's funny.
is cheating. I find it very ironic that on some occasions Max
Don't even sound convincing. I feel like the group is fine, but obviously Max got a lot of heat for this from the FF community, which, like, again, to me, this whole situation is just like funny.
is suspicious of his own teammates and believes that they might be cheating or knowing the fights beforehand as well. There was one day in particular where Max was very suspicious of THD and constantly typing to his chat that he believes that THD might be cheating.
So he's accusing somebody else of pre-watching stuff.
There's
Just
4
need to
safe
sacrifice
spots.
or whatever.
Yeah, there's 4 safe spots and there's 4 soaks, which means you would just need to send a healer and a DPS to each marker. We
What's
can
up,
pre-assign
Junkie?
that.
You're
And
good
then
looking
if we
too.
ever get, and then if we ever get axe kick, We know to
He's safe for actually can immediately spread in our normal
How did he
Cardinal
know
and the
that?
Cardinal.
I don't. It's like I don't know. How did he know that? Only I should know that.
You're right.
How did you know that?
Because we spread right here.
No,
And I'm rewatching the VOD.
the four safe spot thing. Oh shit! Yeah, I'm dead because of that. So these.
Then these dragons
wait,
are lines, and you just bait them to the sides of the room, right?
How do you know this?
It just makes sense. I've seen it before.
Well, yeah. Where have you seen it before?
Leveling, man. That's why you gotta level.
Dude, leveling's the strat.
Just makes sense. You got to level.
Keep moving, right?
The last couple things I want to say is that I want to thank Echo for being genuine and truly attempting all these raids blind. It's been extremely fun to watch your progression, and it's super interesting to me to see how you guys go about thinking things versus how we might have done in the past. I also think it's very cool that even though this content is over a year old now, you guys have still created strats that not a single group has done before because of how original they are. Your progression compared to this maximum group, it's like a night and day difference, and it's very refreshing to watch you guys actually do these things blind. I would say that it would be cool to watch Limit progress in the next tier and see how well they do in the next expansion, but Max has already said that they're just going to copy whoever the furthest streaming group is at the time, because that's what any other progression group would do. I don't necessarily disagree with this if that.
Yeah. So, anyways, so there's definitely incentives for people to fake their like reactions or like blind playthroughs for like internet points. And I don't feel like this is any different. I guess one is maybe different from the other because like somebody pointed out it's a bit more competitive in nature, right? Because you're a competitive player. Maybe if you look like you're not good, then people will clown on you and be like, oh, you're bad at the game, right? So maybe your incentive is like, well, if I cheat, then people can't say I'm bad. It's an easy win. But then when you look at like single player games like Animal Well, it doesn't really have a competitive distinction, right? There's nothing competitive about Animal Well. If you beat Animal Well blind for the first time ever and say, look how good I am, people will just be like, oh, good shit. Hell yeah, bro. That game's kind of fun. No one will say, you're the smartest person I've ever seen in my life. You've got to be the most genius gamer I've ever met. Surely, right? Surely nobody will say that. Because half the time in Animal Well, I feel like people don't even know what the fuck is going on when you watch it. So it's just like one of those things. There's no standard for how good a person is playing a game. You know what I mean? The only thing that you're doing is like the people that have beat it look at it and go, that looks a little suspicious. How'd you figure out this really hard puzzle the first time? And then you have to explain to your haters why, what do you call it? Why you didn't fake your playthrough.
Like, the game's ending, in case you like don't know, I'm not going to spoil the ending, don't worry. I'm just going to tell you about the secret ending and like how complex it was to figure out. But basically, it took that whole community that was playing Animal Well, as Google states here, several weeks. All of them. That's like more than 1 million players, all working together to figure out the secret ending to Animal Well because it was that complex. It took like...
It was very complicated to figure out it's like multiple puzzles combined, and all of them have very difficult ways to solve them. Like I mentioned earlier, changing your system date and time was one of the solutions. You don't just figure who had to do that shit. Like I haven't done change date and time since I played on GameCube, and that was to like exploit my Animal Crossing playthrough. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the last time I changed system date and time for a video game outcome. Like, and that's for one puzzle. Just think about that, right?
All of them. That's like more than 1 million players, all working together to figure out the secret ending to Animal Well because it was that complex. It took like over 1 million people several weeks, guys. Come on. That whole community had to come together to figure it out. But nope, not Pirate Software. No. He immediately just enters the room where the puzzle is and goes, oh, I know how to solve this because I'm so smart. Come on, man. Why is it not surprising to anyone that this guy is not only routinely wrong about stop killing games, but he also gets called out by game devs, for God's sakes? who explicitly state that he doesn't know what he's talking about. The fact that this guy has quadrupled down like this is not surprising. Like I said, he's a classic narcissist. Look, I'm never gonna lie and say I'm amazing at puzzles or know everything about game devs, because I don't. I'm not a genius, and I'm okay with that. But it's actually worse to try to gaslight others into believing that you are something that you aren't, because it then just comes off as pathetic more so than really anything else. But Pirate said more that again just contradicts what he stands for and says. He said, "This is not feasible for all games at a technical level and could potentially restrict developers from making online-only games, like MMOs, MOBAs, and user-generated content games in the future. That list is not exhaustive, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't like these kinds of games. Effectively, this has the potential to restrict future developers from making kick-ass experiences because it locks a weight on their designs. Even though this is an initiative that can change in the future, this goal is core to the mission and deeply disruptive, so it needs to be called out."
It's weird because he himself says that not everything is written down about this, so it's too vague. But then also says that unfortunately it's too restrictive. Like it sounds like it's almost both, where it's too vague in that it can harm studios, but it also is specific about harming studios. It's just very strange. There's like, yeah, I don't even know how to think properly anymore after reading some of this stuff.
"To clear up some disinformation about my character, I left AAA in 2016 because I effing hate how the industry is now and prefer indie entirely. I don't like Blizzard or I would have stayed working there. That's why I quit. That's the entire point. F AAA and what many studios have turned games into." Wait a minute. So let me get this straight. You think game preservation is stupid and pointless and indies are the way to go. But then your stance in this is overwhelmingly in support of the very design and monetary practices.
Imposter syndrome never hit the pirate software. I like that.
That benefits solely AAA in this instance, yet you admit that you hate AAA development. This doesn't make any sense. How is your stance that of pro AAA when you...
That's what I'm confused about. It's like, I hate AAA studio development. And then it's like, you got people criticizing AAA. It's just like, I don't even know, dude. It's so weird. It's so weird. It's like I hate AAA practices. So this movement comes out. Hey, we should stop AAAs from doing this. No, fuck that. This is dumb. This is fucking stupid. This is eat my ass. This is shit. This is so fucking shit. This is dumb. Hey, why'd you criticize this movement? I didn't. I just think what AAA companies are doing is stupid. Isn't that what they're fighting against? Like, I'm so confused. Like, I feel like I'm gaslit now. I feel like I generally actually got gaslit. I would have stayed. That's why I quit. That's the entire point. Fuck AAA and what many studios have turned games into. That's literally the movement. You start out with, I'm criticizing this movement for all of these things, ended by, I hate what AAA companies are doing that this movement is looking to stop. It's so... like, it's... I don't even have words to explain it. Maybe it's like if you... maybe if he came up with the idea, I don't know. Like, it's so weird.
AAA in this instance, yet you admit that you hate AAA.
And like everyone else sees it too.
Shut the fuck
Jake from the State, appreciate you. Thank you for the prime. Everyone else literally sees this. That's why I feel gaslit, is because I think everyone else looks at the situation and says, yeah, this is probably a good thing. And then like now we're having these like conversations where this guy's like going against the movement, but then is convincing that he's the one that's really standing against AAA games. Which, by the way, you know, like let's not get it twisted here.
Lord and Savior Diablo IV so far. So, it's not Diablo 4, it's Diablo IV. It is injecting intravenous solution of not shit video game back into this IP. That's what it's doing. It's very effective. It's doing quite well. Right into the veins of Diablo himself, you know? It's actually really freaking good, dude. The game's fantastic. Itemization is great. Systems design is great.
Like, I'm sorry, like, itemization in Diablo 4, like, you know what this is? And I don't want to be mean, but we're talking about the most bare bones ARPG, extremely restrictive in terms of itemization. Like, they quite literally force you into, like, specific builds, and they've been doing this for a while. It's not their fault. It's actually really good for gamer dads. Gamer dads love Diablo 4 because they don't gotta think. You just play the game up, and you got 2 builds, right? That's all I gotta worry about is 2 builds. Itemization's dog shit. It's been for a while in Diablo. Maybe in Diablo 3 was, like, a little better. I don't know. I'd have to go back to, like, sets and stuff, but it's not the point. Like, we're having these takes about AAA video games, and we're also... at the same time, we're against AAA games with dog shit practices. Blizzard's got to be like one of the most dog shit like studios for like against consumers out there. They got to be up there with fucking EA. They got to be up there with some like some of the worst, right? When it comes to like having anti-consumer practices. And we're over here like gassing up Diablo 4. Why did we not gas up like I don't need like it's
storyline has been fantastic. The characters are good. The voice acting is great. I'm gonna play the shit out of this when it comes out, dude. Like it's going to ruin me.
The guy that's against bad AAA, fuck AAA, and then we'll come out and be like, Diablo 4 is one of the greatest games ever made. Diablo 4 is amazing. By the way, like... yeah, it seems about right. To be fair, this is Steam. You don't know the real numbers. So I get that, but... I mean, bro, like... this game is fucking 65% like mixed reviews on Steam. I wonder why. Must be because it's really good for the consumers. That's what I don't get. Like, I just feel like these are very like surface level, like these weird like I would feel like if I got into like an argument with this guy as like a coworker, and he was like, you know, Diablo 4 is like the greatest game ever made. And I'd be like, well, I don't think it is. He would like get really mad or something. Like, no, it is. It absolutely is. Storyline's fantastic. Itemization's great. It's amazing. If I said, well, you know, there's games that are better, I would get like criticized. You know, it's very hard to like talk about this because it's obviously like first impressions and stuff and general vibes, which is never good to go off of. But every time I see something here or a statement made, I feel worse about it afterwards. I don't feel like it got anywhere. I feel like every time this drama gets brought up, some pirates software, something gets brought up, it's always like immediately muddied. You know, there's just nonsense. There's no good outcome. I was thinking about this earlier, but how much can somebody double down? Like, is there too much doubling down? Is it a thing? Where if you double down, like if people keep criticizing and you keep doubling down, will it ever end? You just continue to double down until it like goes away. You know? Just ask how much is too much doubling down. I just like wonder about that. Because every single post is just another double down. There's never like, yeah, I was wrong about some stuff actually. I went back and realized I was wrong. There's never that. So it's almost impressive, actually. Yeah, it's actually been very impressive. Some of the stuff that come out, he's been criticized for. Like, it's just like it seems kind of stupid, right? But there's some other stuff that's like valid that I don't really see a resolve. So maybe I don't know what the point is anymore. Just let this guy be like, genius developer, mastermind hacker, video game enthusiast who thinks Diablo 4 is amazing, and just leave it at that. Like, what's the point? Maybe that's the ultimate win, is we just leave it alone. It doesn't seem like you'll change this person's mind no matter what you say. He'll always have like the correct opinion through his like own optics and stuff, right? And so if you keep on trying to argue against it, it's like kind of hitting your own head against the brick wall, right?
Wizard, or I would have stayed working there. That's why I quit. That's the entire point.
Like I feel like people like this, I just, throughout my own personal life, I just tend to ignore. You know what I mean? Like, you ever argue with somebody that like is just like impossible to argue with them? Like, just literally impossible. Like, you'll never get them to see your point of view no matter what you do. Like, is that worth your time to keep arguing with them? Like, no. Just, it's not going to get anywhere. They're not going to listen to you. They have their own objective reality or truth. And, like, nothing you say will change that. Like, you're almost crazier for consistently...
What's up, OG?
Trying to argue with some of my family. I just mean, like, people in your life, maybe somebody you know, maybe some guy at the store. It doesn't really matter. You kind of can't ignore him when he's trying to kill your movement. No, I'm not saying Scott should ignore him. I mean, Scott should fight against him. But I'm just saying, like, what do you do against somebody that's so, like, full of themselves that they believe everything that they're saying? Like, no matter who criticizes it. It doesn't matter if you have a game developer that criticizes you. It doesn't matter if you have, like, other creators that criticize you. It doesn't matter if you have Moist Critical criticize you, Josh Strife Hayes criticizing you, other like people that have played the same games that you beat criticize you, like Outer Wilds, or they just criticize you. Nothing is working. Like, it just doesn't matter who. You had like people said like a psychologist, like a professional, criticize you, and they're the wrong ones. What do you do at that point? Do you just keep? Maybe we'll try something else. I mean, I don't think you'll get more fans. I think more people will. There's either people that have fully bought into what you're saying, which does happen. Unfortunately, like, internet is a place where people that become fans of other people will like kind of look past at what they do, right? No matter what it is. I'm not gonna like put out names, obviously, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Like, some people have done pretty terrible stuff. And regardless of that, they still have a lot of online support. And you go, huh? Like, even when there's proof out there that they're doing some pretty terrible stuff. I'm not saying, like, redemption or something. Like, somebody redeemed themselves and they're trying to do better. I'm not saying that. I'm saying people that have, like, done some pretty terrible stuff. People call them out on it. But there's still tons of supporters. I'm still here after all you've done, Alex. True. Exactly. That's my point. So you'll have that. And those people will, like, no matter what you do, will probably be... backing you up. Most would, thank you. And the Animaniac, thank you as well for the resubs. Thank you. If you don't ask questions, if you don't question things, you will never grow as a person. Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I agree with that. Absolutely. It's important. It's like self-growth is important. But if you just have people that are always in your corner, they're like, hey, it doesn't matter what you did, it's not really good for growth, but also you just won't be a better person. Like, they'll just, if they keep feeding into your own delusions and, like, gassing you up, like, oh, don't listen to those guys. They're all wrong, It's like parents. Like, parents that, like, don't teach their kid, like, when their kid messes up, they like, support them through it. Instead of being like, what you did was wrong, they're like, oh, don't worry about it, honey. It's like, yeah, you didn't mean to be mean. It's like, that's really bad parenting, right? Because, like, your kid will never grow from that. They'll just continue to be a bad person. It's true, man. It's really bad parenting. Like, you can't let your kids just be assholes and then, like, not call them out on it. They'll just continue to be assholes, So I understand with people who challenge the way you think. Yeah, not always though, right? But just like, you don't have to surround yourself. But to be fair, it's kind of different because if you're on the internet, like, this guy has a lot of viewers. He has a lot of fans. He has a lot of subscribers. They'll never. It's why it's dangerous too. It's like, it reminds me of like roleplay. Where in roleplay, it's like we'd have chat hoppers in here, and it doesn't matter like what happened with you. It wouldn't matter whether you were wrong or right. Like, just the person that you wronged doesn't like you, and so now you're gonna get like chat hoppers. It like literally doesn't matter what you do, because in their eyes they're correct in their opinion of you. And you'll never convince the chat hoppers or whatever that they're wrong, because there's like different takes. So I've definitely seen that over the years. It kind of made me like not. That's the one thing I don't miss about like some of the roleplay community, It's just like the tribalism, you know, the almost like not like cultish, but like some degree that like viewers would go to like go after somebody. It would get a little too much at times. What's up? Yo, what's up, Viceroy? How you doing? So yeah, so in the case of this, like you'll always have like viewers that like support some of these people no matter what they do or say. There's no changing that. So it's kind of up to them to change, right? To try to do better.
In this is overwhelmingly in support of the very design and monetary practices that benefit solely AAA in this instance, yet you admit that you hate AAA development. This doesn't make any sense. How is your stance that of pro AAA when you claim that despite everything it stands for? This is just absurd, dude. At this point, I don't even think Pirate Software even knows what he's talking about anymore. I think he's so lost in this grift to seem smarter and better than everyone else that it's caused his beliefs to oppose themselves. What Stop Killing Games asks for is not impossible, and the only people who think it is are people like Pirate and the executives who make billions by conveniently ignoring solutions so they can continue their predatory practices. When developers and other content creators are calling you out this much, you have to come to the conclusion that maybe you're ill-informed and wrong. But what we're witnessing instead is someone whose ego is the size of Jupiter, thinking that we're all just
let's not say stuff like that.
Unwashed apes who can't fathom his brilliance.
I know it's Kappa, but listen, I'm not trying to like get a fucking you know, send the wrong message here.
After all, he solved Animal Well's secret ending and beat Outer Wilds without a guide like the first time he played it immediately. His brain is just so big, guys. Please believe him. My God, but I think one thing is clear. Pirate Software has been rightfully called out for his attempt to kill Stop Killing Games as a movement, and while I doubt he'll ever apologize, but instead, just double down and push misinformation instead to mask his errors, at least people know now. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments. The petition is also in the description box below. If you are a European resident who hasn't signed it yet, please go look at it.
Okay, interesting. Have you ever done a Dark Souls run, Alex? Like recorded? Yeah, I did a few. Done a few in my time. We played Dark Souls, like the original Dark Souls. We played with Seamus. I'm not sure if I ever recorded my original run. I even played with Northernlion back in the day. Yeah. We've done some Dark Souls. Yeah, so that's that. God, that was a absolute mess. Absolute mess. Directly targeting. It feels more like trying to make the funniest jab rather than prioritize clearing of misinformation. Well, okay, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, you didn't really point out what the misinformation was, sure. Like, it's pretty open context, though. It's just like he said, eat my ass, towards what he thought was happening, which was that this movement was asking companies to keep servers online indefinitely, and that was cleared up as that's not happening. And instead of being like, oh, I guess I was wrong, sorry, he just doubled down, tripled down, quadrupled down. And when people called him out, he said, I'm not spreading misinformation. That's what they said. And then someone said, that's not what they said. And he said, yes, they did. So yeah, there's just no... Want to play a League match, Alex? No, Casey, I don't want to fucking play League, bro. It's like one of the last things I want to do. What game we grind today? I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. I gotta do I think Wednesday we might do some Space Marine. Space Marine 2. There's like a charity competition that's happening. And so me and the
Always
gang
love watching the streams.
Me and the
Keep
gang
up with the amazing
might
work, Alex
load in
H.
and do that new siege mode. Because I think there's some like prize incentives for charity.
Here since Doise at third do Scott's judgment folio with Gilterman theory coming theory comey.
15 days left to get the queen. Wait, why 15 days? Did they take the game mission out or something? Yeah, maybe we'll do some Warframe. Fuck it. I haven't hopped on Warframe for like God knows how long. Why only 15 though? I don't understand. Might do some Warframe. Might hop on Warframe. Might check out the dojo. See what Berserk's been doing at the dojo. He's been keep holding it down for fucking 10 years. That's me. Yeah, Goonframe. Goonframe Monday. It's the same as it was with Jade. Oh, I kind of forget how Jade worked. I just did it. Invite to the dojo. Yeah, if you guys want invites to the Warframe clan or whatever, let me know. I got to update when the last time Coffee was online, which was over 800 days ago. Hop on, farm some polymer bundles. Maybe practice some Zelda Wind Waker speedrun. Why would I do that? Why would I ever practice Zelda Wind Waker speedrun? Get Crip into the dojo so they can grind stuff for you so I don't get messaged about it. No, you gotta hop on and grind some polymer bundles, dude. I don't know what you've been doing, but you've definitely been slacking. Canada Warframe Convention. True. Can I give you a walk around? Made a cool Kaiju number 8 skin. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, sure, dude. Yeah, we'll check it out. We'll see if we can grind for new Spider Frame. Maybe try to get her or something. I don't know. Check out some of the new content. It's been a little bit. Might be worth. All right, it's updating. Give me a minute. I'm going to get my water, and then I'll be back. All right, chat. Oh God. Yo, AJ Funker, appreciate that. Thank you. Keep it fresh. Appreciate you as well. 27 months, tier 1. All right. So I got a little chip dust on my shirt. What's up, Attack? How you doing?
Where am I?
Thank you, Coffee, for the 84 months. All right. Guys, we have a 50% off coupon valid for 48 hours. Fuck. Should I buy it? Shit. Should I buy this? All right. I have a couple of windows here. Which one do I want to use? This one. Oh my God. My sensitivity is so fucked. What the fuck is going on? Yo, what is happening? What? Oh, is this the kissing scene? Are we gooning? My audio is non-existent, by the way. Oh, because we haven't played for so long, we get the New Year's cut. All right, great guys. I can't keep defending this game. People keep calling this a gooner game. I can't keep defending it. Every time I can't keep saying, guys, it's not, and the first thing that I see is a fucking makeout sesh. I can't keep doing that, guys. Let me turn up the volume a little bit. I don't know why it's so low. All right, well, there you go. That's the New Year's cutscene when you get relationship up with your whomever you befriended. What's up, Candy? Immortal Goon? Relax, dude. Holy smokes, relax. It's not Immortal Goon. It is not Immortal Goon. That's definitely not an emo. I have to double check though. Wait. Okay, I have to double check because Tingy sometimes adds shit in here without saying anything to me, and then I wake up and I see like Alex Labubu, and I have to decide whether or not I want to go live that day. All right. Okay. All right. Let's first things first. What do I want to do? Arsenal. What are we running? Joker, baby. It's been a minute since I played this game. What am I running? I don't even know. I don't even know what I want to run. Can I actually let me see the dojo, right? Buy platinum now. Height accurate. Oh, Jesus Christ. Guys, I'm not buying platinum right now. I only have a 50% coupon. I gotta wait till it's 75% off, okay? Where am I going? Is there not a store here? Let me go back to the Dude, I feel like I'm a boomer right now, actually. There's Saya's Vision. Is that what the quest is? That might be the new quests. Haven't done those. Where's my orbiter? Alright. Can I not go to my orbiter from here? Am I dumb? I swear you could go to the orbiter from Earth. Oh, here. Alright. Never asked Tinker how much he dropped on the game. Yeah, Tinker doesn't talk about this game, dude. Tinker went kind of hard. Can you gamble on this game? I want to see that. I'm not sure if there is a gamble in this game. Actually, we'll keep those. What is this? Hi. Love you. What is all this? Hi. It's traditional to kiss you. Okay. Love you, love you, love you. Okay. What the fuck is going on? I'm trying to read an email. I'm getting a pop-up from Duveri.
While you were off on your frivolous ventures, the lost island of Scholars Land
Oh my god, bro.
bringing with it that menace of the void of which the scholar spoke. That she-demon has usurped our throne. She must be stopped.
Okay, yeah, dude, I'll try to help out with that, man. I'm trying to get through my fucking spam folder.
For a most urgent conference. His radiant and eternal majesty, Dominus.
Alright. Thank you, Dominus Threx.
Entrati had backup plans and two of them just came knocking.
Oh god.
Now that the old Round Table Bar's opened its doors again, we can afford to be hospitable.
It's been a minute since I played, I'll say that much, okay?
Volkov seem to know what they're doing.
It's been a minute. I'm getting emails from fucking the 90s here.
Show up late to the party.
Tell me we got some trouble, and this time it's real.
I don't even know where to start with that smart-ass kid in the
Oh my gosh.
though. Once I'm satisfied that we're secure enough here, I may well ask you.
All right. Ooh, and we got the 12-year anniversary, Ephemerma and Glyph. We got one Forma. Review of your... Wait, what happened? After a great deal of analysis, it's determined that some of your items were in need of tuning. Bro, this guy said my inventory is shit, and they sent me one Forma. Yo, what? Oh, all junctions have been recalibrated. Ordis unsure of how. Ordis is certain operator earned these somewhere along the line. Wait, I just had Endo? You're just giving me Endo? Wait, I was... Wait. Okay. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Gave up a few days ago when there was a little bug. Oh, okay. That's fair. Oh, yeah. You guys kept sending me Ember ass. You guys kept sending me Ember heirloom posters. Right. I forgot that's what happened in the last stream. Oh, and you guys kept sending me rocks. I had to keep putting up rocks and trash. This is the corner I'm keeping all my rocks and trash in. just garbage. You guys just kept sending me garbage in this game. I had to have like 8 goddamn Roombas driving around. Look at this. Okay. Let's go check out the dojo. I guess Berserk's been working on the dojo for like 5 months. I gave him full like construction access, so I'm curious what it looks like now. Let's see it. Let's go see it. Berserk's been asking me to hop on Warframe for like 5 months. Let's go see what we're working with. Oh god. Why do you guys look like you're... Oh my god, what the fuck was that? Was that my pet? Jesus Christ. What are you, like the Council of Three? What is this? Why are you guys emoting? Okay. Great. Great job, guys. Wow. What have you all been doing here? I see the grass has not been kept. Tinker's going to be very upset that the grass was not cut. I'm glad that we still kept like the underground red lights on. That's pretty sick. All right, what should I look like? Check out my skin build. Which one? The one you have on right now? Or do you want to send it to me? What is this? What are you? What am I looking at here? Oh. Okay. I didn't know Alex refurbished our old hangout. I didn't do anything, by the way. I've just been vibing. We've lost him. Okay, Sure, man. I mean, was that a new frame or like what was that? See, this is still pretty much the same. Okay, so the entry hall, the entry hall is pretty much the same as it was. What should I look at? Sent the link. You sent me a link. To where? Where are you sending this stuff? What? Is this in my mailbox? Like, what is going on? The fuck is this? Oh, we have a Zaku Prime statue. Did you do it through here? Like through Twitch? Was it the one I was looking at with the white with the Affirma? All right, what should I actually look at? You said you've been working on this. So far, the hall is the same. Oh, Kaiju number 8. Oh, this is your Kaiju skin. What the fuck? What is this thing? This is cool. This like spider like back effect thing is cool. Yeah, I like the Affirma. Berserk, what do you want me to fucking look at? Besides your link. Is it like a specific area? Oh my gosh. Is there grass here? Oh my, what is this? What the fuck is this? Yo. What is Warframe even about? Honestly, I couldn't tell you. There's like a parkour section? Whoa. What is this, like a hot air balloon on top of the trading post? Dead end, okay. Look in the dojo chat. Oh, okay. Space Tree of Life. Okay, what is the Space Tree of Life? Oh my god, what is this? What the fuck is this? What? Bro, how long have you been working on this for? What is Space Tree of Life? Okay. All right. Davari, come here and push the preview button. Where are you? Are you in the Great Hall? Or are you talking about? You're talking about the Tree of Life. Oh, Tree of Life. Where's the preview button? What? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Whoa! Wait, this is sick. Did you make this? What the hell? I mean, it does look like a tree of life, for sure. I could see the vision here with this. Okay. I like it. How much plat would this cost to make? Look at the tree more. Zero? What the fuck? Oh, do I have to actually shift through there? Oh my god. I can't. What? That's crazy. How in the fuck did you jump over there? What's the hidden tech? Like how do you go into the sack? I can't double jump either. Roll, jump, shift, right click, control. Oh Jesus Christ. No, I'm not doing that. No, I'm absolutely not like a fucking Street Fighter comboing in there. I like the tree, man. The tree's cool. Yeah, I'll just take your word for it. Flex the fit. I don't have much for a fit going. This is just my basic Wukong skin. I don't really play much Wukong. Berserk, have we been working on the Tree of Life for the past 5 months? Have you just dedicated your... When you ask a Warframe player what they've been doing... First rooms, now some of them have more than one, so I gotta walk through them all. Alright, just guide me then. There's like 7 rooms now. I see that. I'll go where you'd like to go. Winter next, nice and easy. Okay. Winter biome, nice and easy. Wow. Oh, I like the snowman. Was this here in the winter update? Did you put this up when it was snowing outside? Now it's fucking almost July. Hell yeah, dude. This was probably sick in January. Oh my god. Yes, in the winter I did this. Wow. Oh, cute. I like the little snowman. This one kind of looks like Razor a little bit. Reminds me of Razor. We didn't have enough plat for the diamonds, for the Sims diamonds. Unlucky. Those are the snow. I didn't have enough money for snow. All right, let's go to the trading room next. All right. Yeah, that's what I was wondering about. Wait, there's like, this is like a secret trading post. And then there's like a... There's the public's trading post, but then there's the secret trading post. Whoa. Oh, look at the pond. Very cool. Yeah, I like the grass. Grass is a nice touch. Space Gate. I'm not seeing Space Gate. Whoa. That's sick. We're in space. Okay. Holy shit, dude. Is it actually... It looks like it's parkourable, unironically. However, I'm not doing it. That's way too much. Two factions fighting. Oh, is this Corpus versus Grenier? That's pretty neat. I like that. Yeah, two spaceships in the distance. When were you making all this stuff? Do you have like a project you do a month, or what was your inspo? Item decoration room has a lot. Okay. Oh shit. This looks like a store in Vegas. Come home wanting to relax a little bit, but the building in this game's not easy. Yeah, so Chad, this is our clan house, and I'm pretty sure yeah, the Warframe like building engine is not super easy to use. But these are like different sections, I guess, of the clan dojo, where Berserk has been tinkering away at, I guess, in-game building. Do all these cost plat? Did you pay for all these? The bird? Only plat to rush. Oh, okay. What the fuck is this bird? Bro, this bird lives here? And the rat. What the fuck is this rat? This is a rat? Dude, what is that? That's... Okay. That's you, Casey? That's a freaky looking rat, bro. Well, I gotta update this real quick. Ooh, nice. There we go. Edit message of the day. Perfect. Food court next. Ooh, yummy. I like the rat a lot, actually. The rat and bird are definitely one of my favorites. The Tree of Life is pretty sick, too. I like the Tree of Life. Alright, let's go to the food court. What's there to eat? Yummy. Oh, wait, this kind of looks sick. What the hell? Ooh, the Doctor Who booth. What are you having, Pepper Jam? Oh, some pizza, guys. Yummy. I love pizza. Yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Why is there a... Why is there a, like a Chernobyl computer here in the food court? Oh, we're getting a performance. Live music too. Are you busting out the Shazam? Do you even have the audio turned up for this? Let me turn the audio up. Might not have it actually. Might not be able to hear others. It's fine, I'll just... Oh wait, no, I do hear the music. Oh no, that's my own music. I'm dumb. I did not hear the music. Do you know how to use chopsticks? Yes, I do. The fuck? I'm getting spammed by cloud storage now. Devori Gate. Okay, Devori Pass Gate. Oh yeah, I love this place. Hell yeah. Just biomes. I like the biomes though. The Devori biomes are always very cool. I'm glad we have these. These are nice. What the fuck am I looking at? I just had like really weird deja vu, but I swear I've never had this interaction before. But that felt very deja vu for some reason. I don't know why. I've definitely never been in this position before. Oh, the other Divari zone. Our decoration room's last one. I thought I saw the worm for a second. This game's very pretty. I always forget that. It's like a very, very beautiful game. Our last room. You said decoration room? Oh my god, why is there a fucking gun in my face immediately? How have I done? What should I act next? Zerk wants to know what they should add next as a room. Do we have any inspiration in chat for another dojo room? Like another guild house room? Is there a pool? Milking table? Yeah, you gotta be banned. A goon room? Gooner room. Bro. It's just like one big room with like one chair in it or something. A sauna for men only. This room is kind of like Dark Souls. That's pretty sick. I like this room. I like the little dragon up here. And the waterfall. Waterfall's nice. What the fuck are you ringing the bell for? Okay. The Gooner room will be a bed and one chair. Alright, great. I'm glad that we're getting a Gooner room. Thanks, guys. That's definitely what we needed in our clan house, is a Gooner room. Oh, is this the pre-log to the Tree of Life? It's just a good vibe. Kind of is a good vibe. I feel like if this is like POV, you're a trout. What's the chair for? Wait, actually, good question. Chairs for the non-participant. We gotta go across? What the hell is secret? There's a secret door. Whoa. With further secrets. Is this life or some shit? Is this where you go to think? I like the spaceships. For the nice pics. Gotcha. Okay, no, I see that. I can vibe with it. I can see my house from here, dude. Doxing myself. Delete the VOD. That's neat. I like that. Okay, this room is not good vibe, actually. This is a very bad vibe room. Interesting, interesting. Oh my god. No, actually, forget that. This is definitely not the good vibe room. What the fuck is this, dude? Ew. We got this here? Okay. Definitely don't bring visitors there. What is this? Is it like a little man? Jeez, how big is this? This is so giant. Regieleki? Yeah, it does look like a Regieleki, huh? Okay, I don't mind this. This is cool. It's like the moon. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, dude. Like this. We need more of this. The Japanese-inspired interiors. Yeah, why don't we have more stuff like this instead of the goon room? Ooh. Yeah, these are lovely. Oh, this is awesome. Like a little lotus pond. Well, there was like fish in... Oh, there is fish in here. Wait, let's go. There's actual fish in here. That's perfect. This is awesome. Dude, my fucking dog is freaking out. Okay, there was definitely a flood that happened here for sure. We're gonna have to bring like the shop back up here. Probably from the pond. Ooh. I like this. What's leaves? Oh, and back to your Tree of Life space project. I see. We went from like Japanese pawns to the fucking Tree of Life. I like the Japanese inspiration though behind many of these rooms. Except for the scary room. Just the rooms of the colors. Like the railjack. Okay. I don't remember what the railjack room looked like before though. Was it... This looks like it's black and red. Was it always black and red? Ooh. Ooh, we got little plushies here. Dude, it's actually scary how detailed these are. What the fuck? Yeah, I don't know why. These just look extreme. Like, they look extremely out of place with how detailed they are. Okay. They kind of remind me of, like, Guild Wars 2 mounts. Like, there's, like, the plushies in Guild Wars 2. Anyways. I like them. I like the plushies. Good vibes on those. Not like the scary room you have. Ooh. Yippee! We have rainbow wings. Let's go. I actually like these. Nice. Back to Deco Gate. That's all. Well, I appreciate it, Berserk. These are very cool. I like the themes. Storage, you've changed the color. We can go look at storage. Ah, this is the color of the dojo, black and red. Yeah, I don't mind it. I like the dojo colors, black and red. Tinker loves red. So as the original, I don't know what you want to call him, designer, he'll probably fuck with the red. It's good. No, the black and red works. I like the black and red. Happy Catfish. Yes, that's the
UNC
dojo.
back on that Warframe grind.
I don't know what I want to do next. I mean, it'd be cool if you could like thematically tie some of them together more. I saw you doing that with like the Japanese gates and stuff. I liked all that. That was very cool. But honestly, do whatever you want. Looks like you're having fun with it. And those are very cool. I liked how they all have different themes too. That was fun. I've been meaning to see what you've all done here. It's very neat. I can probably invite people too that want to be in the clan, right? I think there might be a limit, but I know some people wanted invites. I'm sure I can purge some of the listings here too. For those that want to play. I forget how many we have, how many we can have. Get me out of there? No, you're an honorary member for sure. Although Art, you are an apostle, so you do have to work on your like in-game grind a bit more. I don't know if you considered logging in. How many days is that? All right, when you log in. One more year? Okay. Actually, I think most of the people in the clan can invite. I'm pretty sure. But if I have to like individually add names, I can do that too. People can always send me invite. Yeah, that's true. If you ever want to get invited, you could just message Berserk. And you can get invited to the Warframe clan. You get some cool perks. You do actually get stuff if you ever play the game for being in a clan. It's probably one of the big reasons why people join up is for the research labs. So people will usually Jesus Christ. Join to get access to like things like labs where you can unlock different blueprints. When can you join a clan? I'm pretty sure right away. Yeah, but people will usually like join clans because they want these different like items in the game. These all boost your MR, stuff like that. Your good night, Tact. So Chad said a sexo room. I really don't want to call it a sexo room, but sure, if you want to work on a Guna room, I can't believe I'm even having this conversation. By all means, if that's the next project, fine. Yeah, I'm interested to see what that looks like. Well, I'm not, but at this okay. At the same time, I am. I'm also not. So yeah, all right. Good stuff. Good stuff. So I think I don't think I need anything to really farm for Spider Frame, right? Let me see. Main storyline. Do I have to go through the next part of the Hex update or no? Do I have to do like the next Hex section? Or can I just go straight into grinding for it? Ooh, it's my jams on right now. Oh yeah. I can start if you want. Sure. Give me 1 sec. Anyone else from the clan wants to hop in? You could too. I don't care. I can just stream for now. We're gonna be AFK for God knows how long. Yeah, I know there's like a new story as well. I've not checked it out yet. Some new let me see what the shop has. Yeah, so there's a new spider frame. This is what people are grinding for. These are kind of sick. What the hell is this? Oraxia is the name. Oh, these things walk around the orbiter? Oh god. Web Ephemerma. Whatever this is, this looks scary. Yeah, she looks very scary. But cool. Oh, there's a new Rhino heirloom. It looks pretty neat. I could buy some of those and make a spider room. Oh god. A spider room would be pretty scary. You should do that. Hydran skin. This one also looks kind of scary. What's all these like scary skins, dude? Gunblade battle kit. Oh, Tenocon pack. That's neat. People are usually getting the Tenocon packs. They come with some neat little rewards. Oh, there was a Ureli Prime, that's right. Sheesh. 140 bucks for this, dude. To be fair, it's the Prime Access pack, which gets like everything for you, but okay. Just gonna do easy stuff. I don't think you can do SP. You guys can't do SP yet? What is this? What the hell am I looking at? It's actually pretty sick. What is that? That's a Lavos skin? Okay. And what is this one? Oh, it's your Ureli. Is Ureli good now or what? Last time Ureli was not so good. Yeah, but if we want to do not Steel Path, that's fine. You just get less of those things, right? From not doing Steel Path. I don't even have like where's the vendor? Is it in 1999? Is like one of the vendors the Hex or something? You guys been good for a few years, I think. Really? I thought Ureli was not too good. Oh god, I have so much shit I gotta make. That's fine. I'll do it later. It's in your room, Dormizone area. Okay. But you can get to it from there, right? Or I thought you could. Yo, Pepper Jam. Are you playing this on your phone? I was able to farm it fast, like 10 runs for everything. Wait, really? That's actually really good. Laptop visiting family. Bro. What the fuck is that load time, bro? Is your family in the jungle? Holy shit, okay. Oh god, what do I have? I have Temple? No, I don't have Temple yet. Temple's a new guy as well. I think I have a pretty sick Zephyr, I'm pretty sure. Unfortunately, no Zephyr gun. Unlucky. Yep, I got scammed. Do we even have to do this, or are we just talking to a vendor? Dude, what is all this? Why is there just garbage here? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. This is the quest. Wait, real? Oh, is this the one that, like, you load in and they're like, oh, come talk to me? There's some bad things happening in Duvari. What the fuck? Duvari D's. True. Alright. I guess I'll do Zephyr. Oh, Triumph of Dust. Oh, this is the actual mission. What got you in Warframe? Depression, probably.
So I found myself a kingdom to rule. Mother would be proud.
I'll be honest, I got kind of dog shit frames, so it's... Well, not frames, but like... rolls. How many... You said... Was it 10 from... I'm so confused by what is happening, by the way. Is it 10 from... normal, or was it 10 from SP? SP's 15?
Don't tell me you're siding with the crowd.
Yeah, I probably should have done the quest, I think.
Don't you think?
Thank the void. The Undercroft portals remain open. Use one.
This is the quest? Wait, so they're like, come to Duvari, and then this is the start of the quest? Like, there's nothing else to it? And then from this you get parts for the spider? I thought, like, the Jade update was like, you got, like, the cutscene and everything, no? There's no story or cutscenes that come with it. Oh, okay, so you can just jump in and...
The foundation is crumbling. My will floods in.
Okay. This is more like... This is kind of reminds me of like how the Citrine thing was. I don't know. Coming back, I just have like zero context. So maybe some context I would be able to ascertain what the spider is. But I assume it has to do with like 1999 versus Duvari, and Duvari is like, yo, these guys are in my shit now. Which is why that lady was talking, right? There's no more stat stick, by the way, big dog. You might want to change some loadouts around. Oh god, that's right. Dude, that ruins my Korra. Fuck. That's fine. The general lady possessed by the indifference. She came here because Duvari guy, like, hey, deal with it.
Inconsequential.
Oh god, okay. Yeah, dude, I think... I feel like this game, I don't know, might be kind of hard. To, like, explain this game to people is, like, actually very difficult. How do I explain anything of what you just said to someone that's like, what's going on in this new update? Alright, so there's a fucking multi-dimension, and there's a guy that lives in the multi-dimension, and then you had to travel back in time to, like, kind of stop him, but then you got there, and he was, like, kind of chill about it, but then he made you go back into time again, a second time, this time in a different reality, to see if you could stop day 0. Also, he's like a... he's one of, like, the first sentient, quote-unquote, humans. Yeah, it's just... You'd have to watch a lore video. I don't know. There's just no way to explain it. Just Gunnar game, we'll just say that. I think it might be easier to just call it that. Am I not, like... What did I do to this frame? I feel like I did something. Spectre Rage. Tornado.
You only delay the inevitable.
Okay. That's fine. Excited for the new Valk skin. I tried to play Valkyr a long time ago. It didn't get very far. When I realized the entire time...
Desperately trying to hold back the infinite.
You're basically like on coke. If at any point you stop your melee, you're dead. You think you can make a room that can win us something? Maybe. The Tree of Life room was pretty cool. That's something I would see like on the dojo showcase. I think. Yeah, I'm not doing this like mission at all correctly. Isn't that Prime sure-footed? Relax, buddy. Not everything's about Prime sure-footed in this, you know, in this game. Imagine getting knocked down to begin with. Couldn't be me every other mission. Okay. This only stage 3? Oh god.
Remember the Zariman? How much you learned once the restraints were taken off.
Dude, what?
Think what we could do here together.
The scholar knew this day was coming. He prepared for it. Hid things. Find them.
Oh, there's lore? Hello, hello, hello.
Look at it. This edifice of guilt. He knew what he did.
Nice.
What he took.
Into the Undercroft. Quickly.
It's all the way up there? Yeah, ain't no way. You have such a small cap, but you have so much like weight that it actually leans my chair backwards. Yeah, I don't think I have any mods in this Astilla. It's actually disgusting. I think it puts like auto mods on it though. I don't know what that message is. I don't know what that first time message is, brother. Yeah, I mean, coming back and having to do like Duvari right away is definitely like making me feel like some type of way. That's fine though. I play World of War. What do you mean? Do I have a nice game for you? But I need to find a new. Maybe I play Warcrame. I'm just nice, baby. I like game. Brother, I don't know what you're saying. You look like you're schizo posting in here. Are you asking for a game recommendation? And you're seeing if Warframe is the game for you? Maybe. Could be. I'm glad we get to use our frames the whole way through. Oh, true. Instead of like... Yeah, true. Not wrong. They just really like Duvari is what it feels like. I want to say that maybe people are... They called me stupid baby in the chat, but I'm nice baby. Okay, you're... Alright. Anyways. Next update is 1999 again. Let's go! To be fair, I don't mind the 1999 stuff. It's interesting, it's different. At least we're not going into the 5th dimension. At least we're only sticking to the 4th dimension for now. You know, until they change their mind. Curse, baby? So wait, if... So... To get everything, you have to do this 15 times on Steel Path? Is that correct?
You assholes want to burn?
No? Okay. Did 10 times on non-Steel Path. That's not too bad, to be fair. Some of them are way worse. We'll put it that way. Some are way, way worse. What? Why is this? What do we, like? I don't know how this channel attracts like the craziest, most unhinged like commentary. The frame like this in 4. Do you like the frame? Have you tried it? Maybe take a look at the streamer. I'm not that bad, dude. I'm not that fucking bad. And yeah, I'm sure I've said I deleted WoW. WoW makes me angry, but I don't talk like that.
Did you hear the angels singing?
Your dog playing Zephyr Prime and not nuking the tile set. Brother thinks you have to min-max a fucking normal Duvari mission.
I can give
Brother.
the dead back their voice.
It's a normal mission.
You have to do.
I could go make myself like a sandwich and watch a TV show. It'll probably still be cleared by itself. Having said that, I also don't really play Zephyr. I forget why I build Zephyr. I think I was cooking at some point for sure. I think I have like a... I have something. I have something for my Zephyr that I built out. I forget what the hell it was. Oh, this is the spider. Actual spider. Whoa. Which is kind of sick, though. Okay, she's also doing damage, by the way. What the hell? Oh, are there like spiders come down? I like that. Here's what I don't like.
Rax remembers Araxia, doesn't he? The guardian of Scholar's Landing. That's why he's
I forget how you like you can hold jump or something, right? Or you hold one maybe? I don't have an auto res. What the fuck? Please don't kill me. I'm dead. Okay. Never mind. Apparently, Araxia's spiders on normal mode do 1 billion damage. Whoa. Do the legs get bigger? This is a really sick boss fight. Right on SP. Oh, I'm glitched out. Look at this. Auto walking. There we go. That was cool. I enjoyed that. Oh, does this go up? Is that what I did? That's it for the room. Okay. Yeah, I forget how, like I said, totally forget how Zephyr works. You can, like, float. Do some pretty neat stuff. I have, like, a Zephyr build. I just, like, never use it. Oh, crit damage. Let's go. What's the actual fly mechanic? Oh, is it just this? Get new Borderlands? Yeah, we'll play the new Borderlands. That comes out in September, right? Probably get Casey and gang. What am I reading up here? The body? Oh. The figure was clearly dead, but seemed as if it might start whining again at any moment. The Queen of Duari laughed. I had such a beautiful ending planned for that one, but he saved me the effort. How? Demanded the orphan. He died of a broken heart, waiting for a man who would never come back. A man who was secretly glad to be rid of his whining, clinging presence. The love, the orphan cried, feeling their last hope shrivel and die within them. Surely the power of love. The queen rested her splendid claw on one of the orphan's shoulders, and a look that might have been pity across her face. The forefathers of your forefathers looked into the shining heart of an atom, scribbled their clever equations, and ripped it apart. Did they spare a thought for the age-old love between proton and neutron, or did they only think of the bountiful energy they could harvest? What the hell? Wait, what? So in the Duvari reality, is he dead? Or is he dead? Did I miss a cutscene? Okay. That seems important, actually. Okay, I'll have to watch like a 3-hour-long lore breakdown video to see what the hell happened in Duvari with how 1999 went. Well, to be fair, it didn't turn around. Why, are we not going this way? Crazy difference orphan is Rusalka, and there's a few other buddies, other new 99 people. Oh, okay. This might be like just... Ooh. What the fuck? Oh, I see. Okay. Actually, I didn't like that. Whatever you just did right there, I didn't like. Interesting. Okay. That's neat. So she like runs this place now.
Fixing yourself, sugar. Hard to shake.
Yeah, we gotta turn that down for sure. We gotta turn that down 100%. Cool. Very cool. You got Temple too. I haven't seen Temple either. Temple's neat.
Oh, let's ride.
David Bowie frame. With like a talking guitar, I guess. Okay, so there's some other bodies here. I guess they're giving a little bit of lore contextually for what the hell actually happened in Duvari all this time, or what's going to happen in Duvari going forward. Pretty interesting. We're traveling from like the past into the 4th dimension or alternate reality. If you want to farm all the books also, probably not. I don't really care about the books right now. Don't care that much about the books. How much plat do I have? Is there a way for me to check? Oh, right here. 14. Yikes. There is a lot though. Yeah, I don't really want to farm the books, I'll be honest. I'm good on the books. Dude, what? How is that so loud, bro? Why is that specifically louder than anything else? Is it actually just tied to like dialogue volume or something? It must be. God, what is this? We summon the beast. What is the beast? Oh no. Oh, this thing? Or is this a different guy? Oh, it's this guy again. Okay. I don't know why we keep summoning the beast, man. Every time. Every time with this dude. Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe SP's not the move. This guy on SP is actually disgusting. He's like one of the worst. You guys run the worst encounters. He has like this crazy AoE like deathless phase. Just wait. Oh god. I think we're getting power corrupt in this game is why. I think it's starting to happen. What the fuck? Bro, what? There's two. That's disgusting. That's actually disgusting. Bald? Bro, I am not bald. Ooh. Barrel blueprint. Yippee. Why'd you come in and just call me bald? I have such a luscious head of hair. Alright, so what we got? One Skyoted blueprint, and then we got some. Do we get some currency here? Scuttler husk. God. Want to go in the room and look at the. Yeah, I do. Let me do that real quick. There's a way to do that, right? Oh, you can just go to... Okay, perfect. Skytoid is kind of whack for real. I mean, it's good just to get the weapons just to increase your MR and stuff, right? The idea, at least. Okay. Is there not a way to go from here? No, that's the Duvari. Where's the room? Oh, it's this here. Okay. Oh, you want the husks. And 60 husks for Araxia. Temporal dust. Argon crystals. No. Oh my god, every time with the fucking crystals. Okay. Those are so easy. I hate them, bro. Then temporal dust you just get you that in like 1 minute. It's the point, dude. It's the 3 clicks you have to do. Okay, so it's just dust. And what the hell is this? That's easy enough. The other currency is for the actual event. What's the actual event? Well, we can make like parts of the Skytoid. Okay, got it. All right, easy enough. That's pretty fair. Is there an option for shop? Return Dominus Aureus? This thing. Oh, this. All right. Community progress. Spend Dominus to obtain from Operation Club mission to help the community unlock these items. Community has to unlock these. Interesting, okay. What is this? The Phalanx Parazon? Oh, it's a skin. That's kind of neat. I don't mind that. Okay. Some arcanes. Look at the clan logo ones.
She knows what I do to conspirators.
You can't even fucking see it. Sick clan logo, bro.
You tried to rebel, as children always do.
Yeah, this is not the skin to look for. Like, I can't even change my arsenal here. This is not the skin to look at a clan logo with.
There is still time to stop her. Hurry, before this ink fades away on the page.
$200. $200,000. Okay, so you get these, and you can purchase those, and you can buy these. These. I like it. Okay, very nice.
All that lamentation about the executions.
Apparently I have, like, a bunch of random arcane... Or not arcane. Well, I have some random arcanes that I don't know what I was buying them for. You can purchase up to 3, and it resets every... These are all new? How come it says I own 3, then? Like, how come it says I own 3 of these? I must have done them at some point, no? Oh, so they're not resold. Gotcha, that makes sense. $200. You don't have it? It says right here, 1 owned. 1 owned. 3 owned. Or does that mean how many you can purchase? Which doesn't make any sense. Because you can get up to 3.
I will spit in its leering face. Effigy of dust, mutilated void dog.
They come in packs. You can buy 3 packs. Yeah, no, I get that. I see the quantity. You can have up to 3. It says right here, up to 3. But it says I already own 1. Like this, it says owned 1. This one says I don't have it. So this says owned. Or are you saying these are new? Trickery, Acceleration, and Phantasm. Shouldn't all of these be new? Okay, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter. Okay, good to know. So that's, you buy the stuff here. Want to do another? Yeah, sure. I kind of didn't really want to be Zephyr through that. I also should have tried Temple. I just realized they give you frames that you don't have. To like try and do Vari, which is good. That's good that they do that. Allow people to have more access to maybe play frames that they otherwise wouldn't have been able to. Which I think they've done that anyway, but I'm just, I guess, more surprised with the newer ones. Now, if I don't want to farm any of this, I could pay to win and just spend $30 to get Plat, Araxia, and I don't know. Some of these are kind of cool. Like these are actually kind of neat. I guess if you really want the frame, you could spend that 30, but these might be kind of cool with some Plat. Decorations. I wonder what kind of builds they have. Yeah, I don't know about doing that hard hidden mission that you're talking about. That seems like bad for my mental health for sure. I've already done several missions in this game that made me want to crash out. Araxia build. What kind of builds are people doing with Araxia? Araxia build, Warframe. Any summoner builds yet? Steel Path, Endurance, Gun Buff, Scuttler Minion. Okay. I don't see that. 220 SP and you can't go down here, you lose. Scaling Spider. Okay. I don't see anyone you really using the Summoner. Oh, here's one. Summoner's Wrath. Okay, so they do have like this guy used a 6 Forma frame to make a Oraxia build that should scale with his companions. What does he say about it? Archon Shard. But the first comment is, this build is bad. Okay. The only build I see that's a summoner build, someone says it's fucking bad. Alright. To be fair, everyone on Overframe always says builds are... Like, every build on Overframe they say is bad. Every time you go in Overframe comment section, it's just full of people saying builds are bad. But what does she scale with? It looks like people are putting a lot of ability duration, ability power, ability efficiency with these arcanes. Well, while invisible, gain ability strength. That's pretty cool. And then what do you do here? She has a one-shot kill for any level. Oh, can you use it on those, like, really fucking annoying Eximus mobs in the 1999, like, missions? You know, the ones I'm talking about? The pieces of shit that spawn, and they have, like, a disgusting, like, Giga Overshield. Oh, we can do a couple things here. Oh, we can actually play with her. Let's go. Or we can actually just try her out. Glade Prime. Weird. Oh, it's my Glade Prime. Never mind. Wait, do I have a... What's the build here, though? Ah, gross. Ew. Just basic mods. Use your wife. I always need... Mag Prime can be very neat. There's some really cool Mag Prime builds. Alright, we'll just use a Glade Prime for now. Easy enough. Alright, so what's her... I can't test her out. Okay. There's a 2. You can have multiple webs. Trap inside can increases. Trap inside can increase their damage. Okay, I think that's just thing you subsume probably. A 2 or 3 maybe? Maybe just a 2? Interesting. Okay. We'll try it. The fuck? Yo, what? Yo, the animations are wicked. How do you, like, stick on the wall? I thought there was a way to do that. No? Oh, same as always? Oh, there's no, like... Oh, what the hell? That's neat. Scary, though. Really far with that spider swing? What's a spider swing? It's very interesting. Hold aim, then use dodge roll while aiming. Am I like high? Oh, what the fuck? Oh. What the fuck? Yo, what? Does it use... God. What the fuck?
Spiral after spiral.
Yeah, that's you have to be in 4 though, right? In 4 it uses ability duration. Does it use ability? Doesn't look like it uses ability. Okay. Let's see the little spider goons. Yeah, it's really far, man.
Two identical souls raised in such different environments. Haven't you figured it out yet? You're
Okay. Pretty good passive to have. What is her passive? Yeah, the invisibility for 8 seconds. That is pretty good. Because you can activate it any time, right? Even if you're in combat. And it just immediately breaks aggro from enemies. That's nice. And then you can still have... you can still have that invisibility when you come out. God. Dude, do you have like an anti-dark thing going somewhere here? Or am I crazy? We're supposed to purge this, no? Enable cross-platform for the clan? Yeah, I could do that. Let me know how. We can do that after this mission. Yeah, am I like crazy? Like what is actually happening in this mission? Like this one specifically. Like they're just invisible mobs, right? That's it. Like there's not like a like the fucking invisibility mob gimmick where you have to have like a light orb or something. Yeah, I like the spider swing a lot. That's actually so fun. Like traversing's probably really enjoyable. I thought it would cost like abilities, like ability power, but I guess it doesn't. Walking around though is really creepy. That's a very creepy frame. I'm just gonna put down just 3. Yeah, the walk is really cool. They did like very good job with like the traversal. Is that a frame? Yeah, this is the new frame that got released recently.
Your friend. I can give the dead back their voice. All you have to do is ask.
Spider's helping her is keeping this Volscaveri tethered to my kingdom.
Okay, I'm not. Oh, I can't melee in this? Wait, real? Oh, wow, okay. I can only shoot. I wonder why. Alright, Ken. Nice seeing you as always. Have a good night. Very cool. Make Orexia, be sure not to skip the tunnel coming up for Orexia's lair. What do you mean? Oh, temporal dust? Oh, okay. Gotcha. More resources. Yeah, gotcha. Makes sense. I also don't have like I don't have any of my resource boosters or anything anymore. But this would be a mission that I don't need them. Oh, okay, fair enough. Where is the clan settings? Do I have to go into the actual? I'm gonna have to go into the actual like They don't work here. I thought they did for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I do like her. She's definitely cool. I guess she scales with, like, ability strength, right? Just the basic, like, Archon mods. Yeah, mostly see ability strength. Oh, damn, I tried. Will that not work? It should, no? Oh, I'm just dumb. Holy smokes. Definitely a fun way to traverse. Invisibility is good too, because I assume that you can just stay invisible the whole time if you wanted to with just what do you call it? Ability duration. What rank are you? I am 25. I'm R25. This is gaming right here. Streamer spot, free grind. Don't worry, I'm not totally unethical. I have done that before. I had like on Titania, I do that sometimes. When doing the Duvari experience. Because if it's just like a wait mission, like what's the point? You know what I mean? I don't know, maybe that's unethical. You play Warframe a lot? I actually haven't played Warframe in like 5 or 6 months. I just wanted to check it out because there was some updates. You get some community members that play still. I like the one as well. Where was the one? So just checking out some things. Wait, the one's sick. Other frames are dropped. Temple also dropped. He's like this guitar guy. He's pretty sick. Other than that, like the proto frames dropped. The proto frames are kind of neat. They're like To be fair, they're just skins. They're like MTX, but they've given faces to frames, which I think is very interesting. Something they've never done before. But so far, people have been really enjoying them. I like the idea of like poison scaling with this though too. That's neat. The Valk heirloom. I can check out the Valk heirloom. Let's do this bozo first. So what is this? What does this do exactly? It like cocoons the creeping web. Enemies caught are trapped inside. Increases their damage volume. Also does 325 toxic damage, 65% damage volume. Max up 3 webs. That's pretty good. The invisible wall sticks. Yeah, I saw the invisible like arcanes. They do seem like they would scale strongly. I really wanted this to be more like a summoner frame, to be fair, because I'm kind of like a summon builds enjoyer. Which maybe there's room. It's probably not going to be as strong as her ability strength, though. It's usually how it goes. Usually summoner builds are dog shit. There was one really cool one that I saw with Volt. That was like a what do you call it? It's the where you could summon the dogs with them, and you could, or lightning. It's like lightning Kuvat build, but I think it was because of a bug, like a bugged interaction, which I thought was really awesome. But I don't think that. I think it was just a bugged interaction that sometimes didn't work correctly. It didn't work in multiplayer correctly. In single player, it was kind of hard to like get it to work. It uses like what is it, the desert guy, Enos or Iranos. It uses his subsume to spawn Kavats, and then using like a summoner, some summoner mods, you could get the Kavats to like shoot out lightning, and then you scale the lightning damage up. So you just have a bunch of lightning cats run around. But it required enemies dying consistently to spawn the cats, and sometimes the cats wouldn't spawn properly. It was a bit messy, but it was definitely a lot of fun. I really like stuff like that, but it's probably hard for them to get to the AI. The AI in this game, to be fair, is really dog shit. Which it is what it is, but... I was hoping that the spider frame would summon some cool spiders you could use. Alright, so we get blueprints and stuff. So you definitely get like a decent amount of bonuses from this. This is not by any means like tough to grind. Sure they'll have mods for her to do that? I don't think so. I don't think they really entertain. I just don't think they like summoner like builds. The only guy that had was the, what's his face? Caliban, I think? Like, Caliban has, like, the turrets, but they kind of, the turrets are kind of scuffed, too, the way the turrets work. And I think that they use the turrets to just, like, debuff enemies. Yo, Jesus, our savior. Hey, dude, love you. Keep up the great work. Yo, appreciate that. Caliban turret's got a buff with new augment. And Aros is a summoner now. Yes, that's what I'm talking about, right? Are you talking about which augment are you talking about? Where the hell is this? Like Summoner's Wrath, the Aura mod, or? See if I can find it. I probably have it, right? His 4. And ours is 4, huh? Where's our exclamation point there? Do I have an Aros or did I subsume? I might have subsumed an Aros. It groups up the enemies you hit with your 1, and then they target it. Oh. That's okay, that's good. Yeah, I might not have. I don't think I have an Aros anymore. Pretty sure I subsumed him already. Poor guy. Let me see if I have what I'm talking about though. Did I get rid of it? Did I get rid of my boy? I thought I would have kept them just for the memes, but I guess I didn't. Is it this one? Ultomatic? Oh, Stormos, here. It uses desiccation. And then it uses the Desiccation's Curse mod, which upon finishers has a chance to spawn Swarm Kavats. But yeah, it has some like very janky synergy with like Summoner's Wrath and stuff. I don't know. It's like very weird. Pepper Jam's out. GG's Pepper Jam. Given turn's got a buff with a new augment. Okay, so Caliban got a buff, which is good to hear, because Caliban was also a little scuffed. Open the clan up. Yeah. How the fuck do I do that? Clan management. Edit hierarchies. That's not it. Isn't there a settings somewhere? Clan settings. Warframe. How to crossplay clan. If you level me up again, I can do it. Sure. Maybe that would be easier. Enable clan management. Let me figure out where this is, though. It should be just the clan management menu. Edit hierarchies. I don't understand why there's not like a... It says that cross-platform is toggled on by default. Shouldn't that be true? Pause menu community clan management enable. It should just be here. Is it because Tinker is the only one that can do it? He might be the only one that can do it, to be fair. Because he's like the warlord. It says that only the warlord can do it. So I might have to ask him to do it. Yeah, it's all right. I can message him and ask him to do that. No worries. Although it's weird that it's off. I feel like it should be on by default. I don't know why it would be. I don't know why it would be off. Have a wonderful stream. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh my God, so many of these. I guess because we don't have the blueprints. Oh, we can get this thing. That's a neat weapon as well. Very interesting stuff. Neat little update. Oh, she has a skin too. I have 2 hours PP if you ever want to get the set for the Prime. Okay, I will let you know. What is this? Yeah, I will let you know about that. My Volt has so much garbage on him, it's actually hard to tell what... I like this, though. This is neat. That Affirmer's pretty cool. Oh, I was supposed to look at the Valkyr heirloom, right? Let me see the Valkyr heirloom. Valkyr heirloom. Sheesh. That's pretty crazy. I'm surprised they're doing this on, like, some of these frames. Like, Ember and Valkyr is interesting, for sure. I feel like if they come out with, like, a Wisp heirloom skin, it'd probably make their money for the year. Valkyr is interesting, because I don't know if a lot of people really invest into Valkyr stocks. Can we bring back eye tracking? Listen, it's not that deep. Valkyr's so OP. You think so? I mean, there's a reason why she's getting a rework, no? It's a very interesting skin, for sure. And Art says there's no cat girls in this game, so she'll never play. Already got the rework? She already has the rework? Oh, real. Oh, it's like, got rid of the stat sticks and stuff, though, too, right? Oh, I'm so fucked. My spicy claws, bro. My Vastilock. Interesting, okay. What's the hap? It's an reverse pull and usually shows a coordinated melee attack. Okay. Rallying cry. To be fair, that's my subsume. Using the melee damage vulnerability. Okay, that's kind of good. Okay. What the fuck is this? Why is there an exclamation point there? Ability strength. Oh, because I don't have Boreal's hatred. Ability efficiency. I guess you want duration, right? No? Yeah, don't you want duration on this? Okay. Don't need it. Okay, so then you just have basic melee mods. Is this your... You're going a lot with this like black red like mechanical look. It's neat. I don't hate it. Because I run it too. To be fair. Okay, so you just don't really run stat stick anymore. I wonder if these claws would still work. I don't even have an adapter on this. Awkward. Okay. What am I running on this now? I pretty much ran the same thing. I like my thing isn't too different, to be fair. Like, it's pretty much the same shit. What is this? Your Zaku look? Yeah, your Zaku looks good. What is my Zaku? Hold up. Yeah, I don't really use Zaku, I'll be honest. Zaku's pretty neat. What I want to see here? Oh, Caliban, right. Range gives a 50% diamonds they're currently taking. Spinning Vortex. Did you say his 4 is different? The thing I subsumed? Let me see. So raw energy upon a single point causing the streams. Oh no, you said it's 1, right? For each enemy hit, recover portion energy. So I was lifted by sending right taking increased damage. I thought someone said his 1 was changed? Or was it Inaros? Maybe I'm confused. Okay. What is with the swap, dude? What is going on here? What have an exclamation point here? Did I get a new frame? Is it because of Frost? Oh, it's because I unlocked Frost, right? Unlocked Frost, and what else? The Quanta. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Cool stuff. Cool stuff. Well, neat little update. It's a good mod. Yeah, I think this mod still should work. Like, I was looking at this. I guess, like, I could swap out an Energy Max or something, maybe. I'm trying to get my Arcane Energize up. What are these builds? What's wrong with the builds? Heavens, I enjoyed more when you just, like, shitposted about nonsense. Instead of being the Warframe elitist that you claim to be. There's nothing wrong with the builds, brother. What is wrong with the build? Oh, this is my Fallen. Are you guys available via the event? Oh, it's actually sick. What the hell? I should definitely do that then. What am I doing? I used to have this as well, my Fulman. This when I was into my Zephyr. So do I still have it on my Zephyr? Don't hate it till you try it. I think Kevin's just a normal hater. Yeah, I put Torrid on this though. I don't know what I was doing here. Oh, because I wanted the Evol on the Torrid. I guess the Torrid's pretty good. Incarnate on Torrid. Where's my disgusting Fulman? It's been a while since I've used this, to be fair. Now they have the Fulman Prime, so kind of not worth using anymore. Okay. Is the Torrid still good, or is it, like, not good anymore? I don't know, last time I played the Torrid was pretty decent. There's probably better weapons now. It's still the best rifle in the game? Thank God. Still very good? Okay, awesome. I don't want to keep... Every time I come back, I have to farm for a better weapon. Yeah, Torrid's a lot of fun to use. I don't know. Am I cringe for using the Glaive Prime as well, or no? I feel like this is pretty cringe. Yeah, I think that's it. I appreciate you, Berserk. Oh, the Magister. That's right. I need to farm for the Magister, but I guess I don't need any more. They said the Magister in Karna was better because of for Korra. Like everyone's like, you gotta farm the Magister Prime, gotta farm the Magister Prime and Karnon, whatever the fuck. But I guess it doesn't matter anymore because stat sticks got removed, so it's irrelevant. But I guess the Magister Prime is still good for its Incarnon. Don't really need it. Yeah, don't really need it. But yeah, GG's guys. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to head out, make myself some nice dinner. Try to be back around tomorrow. If anything, we'll see. Otherwise, we'll be back on Wednesday. Wednesday, I'm doing like this charity thing. Not to like raise money from you guys. It's like a competition. I'll explain more about it on Wednesday. But should be seeing Tinker and 80s, and we're probably gonna play some Space Marine 2 for some fun time. So I'll be catching you guys on then. Yeah, it's a contest. So I don't want to say it's raising money for charity. It's more like a competition between some content creators for Space Marine, blah blah blah. So I'll explain more about that on Wednesday. If you need someone to join for Warhammer, yeah, it's already predetermined, Berserk. It's already predetermined stuff. But anyways, appreciate you guys. Berserk, good job on the dojo. Make sure to I don't know, sign up to the clan if you want to be in, and I'll be catching you guys soon. Appreciate all the support. Hope you guys had fun tonight. Some rants, some Warframe, the huge, the business. Anyways, bye-bye. Bye-bye.